Hey, what's up everyone? It's Fred here and welcome back to Netcode-Hub channel, where we dive deep into all things coding and tech. Today I'm super excited to kick off an exciting new project, a small project actually, that is building a modern e-commerce application from scratch to finish. In this series, I'm going to walk you step by step through the entire process, starting with the core API development. We'll tackle everything from product listing, cart and others, all the way to integrating user authentication. Then in a later video, I'll show you how you can build an awesome user-friendly front-end client that ties it up all together. Whether you're a beginner looking to sharpen your skills or an experienced developer eager to learn how to build scalable e-commerce application platform, this series is for you. So if you're ready to take your coding game to the next level and create something real world, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss out any single episode of this. Let's dive in and start building the backbone of our e-commerce app, the API. So in this, we are going to be using the best architecture in the world, and that is clean architecture, introduced by Robert C. Martins, popularly known as Uncle Bob. He created this to help developers build software that is easy to understand, maintain, and flexible to change. The main idea behind clean architecture is to separate the business logic from the other part of the application, like the user interface or the database. This makes the system more organized, easier to test, and adaptable to new requirements without breaking any existing code. That is what we're going to be using. So we'll launch a Visual Studio 2022 or higher, and in there we're going to create a solution and add our 4 projects. Alright, so you can see that we have our projects created. These are 4 projects. We have application, domain, host, and now the infrastructure. Now, infrastructure, domain, and application, they are all C# library as you saw. Now, with the host, it is an API. That is a presentation. But in this case, I prefer giving it host because you're going to be creating client as well. So you can make it presentation or you can change the name as well. Well, you have to follow the same structure, but the name can change depending on what you're doing. You can change the names. It is not mandated to put in application, domain, presentation, and infrastructure. You can modify or you can change the names. Alright, so now that we have these applications created in our solution, what can we do? Let's go in there and start creating our model. Since we're going to create a simple e-commerce app, we need to have a business logic in the domain, which is independent. And that is so we're going to have our interfaces as well, which has a repository interface, which later will be, we're going to implement them in the infrastructure. Okay. Now, in an enterprise level application, you will not need to use generics. Well, there are some reasons behind that. But generics also make things easier, skipping code duplication and a whole lot. In some applications whereby your specifications are not complex, then you can go ahead and use generic. So that is what you're going to be using as well. So I'm going to introduce you to a simple generic which can help us create, update, read, and perform delete in a database. So what are some of the models you think we're going to be using or we need to use in an e-commerce? I believe you're saying product and category. Yes, we're going to be using that. Bear in mind that we're having a simple application. We don't want to make it complex. We want to make it simple. But as time goes on, you can improve this. You can extend the models and add more models to this. Alright, so let's go to the domain. And in there, we're going to add a model. So in a way of organizing your code, you can put them in folders. So you can create folders in there, and that is where you're going to create your models in. So let's go in there and have our first folder known as entities, and that is what we're going to put in our models in. So let's add folder. Now we're going to add class, so we can move this one in. Let's change the name to maybe product. So in our product model, we can have some properties such as name, price, but first of all we need an ID. So we're going to create a GUID ID for each product, and that is ID. Let's specify the key here. So EF understands is an ID to the database. Okay, so now that we have this, we need to add the other properties. So you can see that from here we have a product, and these are the properties that we need for now. You can add more. And we have categories. Under category we have an ID and under name. Now we're establishing relationship that is a one-to-many. So a product here can have one category, but when you go to the category here can have many products. So let's establish that is a one-to-many or many-to-one relationship. So we're going to be using these conversions and navigation properties. You can also create this using Fluent API. That's where you put them in the model creating. Okay, but for now, since you're having just a small relationship here, we can do it here. So let's focus on using this conversions and navigation property in establishing a relationship. Okay, so we have our prop. Then here we can use collection. It could be read only. And here we're saying this is product. So product. Okay, so we have our relationship established nicely. Now let's go ahead, and now with this we can extract this and to a new file. Great. So now that we have this, we can go ahead, create a DB context and start creating a table with this. But before we do that, we need to create our DTOs. So let's go to the application. In here, let's add a folder. Let's name this as DTOs. And that we can also add another folder, and that is product DTO. So in product DTO, I think we have DTOs here, so we don't need to add it to again. Let's try to make it simple. Okay, so let's add class, and here will be, we're going to perform CRUD. So we're going to say create product, and in here we can also have our public update product. I think that is all. We need to create an update. That is where we need to provide model, isn't it? So now create product. What do we need? Let's go to our product model and let's grab all this. For create, we need this. Then we need category ID. Now for update, we need the same, and aside from that we need an ID. which is product ID for update. We are having duplications here. Can we skip it? Yes, we can. Let's have public. This is product. It should be class, isn't it? Now let's move the common ones. Yeah. Hope you're watching. Then this product base, let's inherit it. So we can do that by using inheritance to get rid of duplications. So all this can be out. Amazing. So nice. Okay. So now that we have this, let me clear this one to make it simple, right? All right. So we can move this to separate files. We can do that. So you can click on this, move to, okay, so this is a create already. So let's move update and also the product base. Now we're going to do the same to category. So let's have it. And with this, when we check from our category, we haven't name and ID. So for this, we don't need. So here's an update. And in that, we need an ID. So here we don't need that. So this, we can also extract this because we have common one here. So let's extract it. So just move this out. Let's do inheritance. So we can get rid of this. So when you do this, it means you are skipping code duplication, right? Okay. So let's move this. We have create product, this is create category. So this should be in its own file. Let's do same. Now let's move this category base out. For organization purpose, we can't mix category and product together. We need to have separate folder for that to make it more readable to you and I. All right, so we have product and category DTOs created. Okay, let's go to our infrastructure, and in there we need to add application. So, and that's what we're going to be using our models here. That's our DTOs to communicate with. Okay, so let's have our infrastructure. Let's have a folder created. And then let's name this as repositories, because that's going to hold the implementations of the interfaces. Okay, so we can clear this. Now once you have this, before we implement this, we need to have the interface, right? The head first before the tail. So let's go to our domain, and in here we're going to create our interfaces. So let's add folder to the domain project. And we're going to be using product interface. Since we're going to perform same CRUD with product and category, although we are going contrary to the solid principle, right, well, I think we can use this in a small project. It's efficient and actually just CRUD. So yeah, I think it's going to work. So let's create an interface. And we're going to make it as generic. So I'm going to say this is iGeneric. You see? And now with this interface, let's have our create, read, update, and delete. Before we do this, we're going to be handling responses with a class. But well, in our interface, we want to, when we use the async methods, they return a number, and we can base on that number to predict if the operation was successful or not. So we can do that. And also we're going to introduce an exception in it, so we can throw an exception in case something happens. And at the end of the day, we're going to catch this exception. So there are so many ways of doing this. Let's try this one too and see. So let's have our generic type here. This should come from an entity, where this entity here is going to be a class. Make this as public. And in that, we're going to have our get everything and get by ID, because we're going to get all categories, we're going to get all product. So we're going to say it's a task, which is going to return enumerable. This should be an interface, not a class. Aside from that, we're going to add. Now in adding, that's going to return a type of int. So we say this is add async, which takes in t entity. And aside from that, we're going to update and delete with the same t entity. And now for delete, we need to provide only the ID. So let's have them also implemented. So we have another card here, and this is going to be used by product and category. All right, let's remove this one. It means we need to create a generic implementation for this. So once we have this, let's go to our repository and let's add a class, which is going to be generic repository. Now once you have this class implemented, this should be public, and this should inherit from the iGeneric. Now here we need to include the application, which also includes the domain. So dependencies, project references, and application, going for domain. Then in the infrastructure dependencies, we're going for application. And then we're going to have this here. Now let's implement this interface. So iGeneric, generic constructor, implement interface. We're not having that. Let's check it again. And we also need to specify this, the type that we pass it on. So here we need t entity, and now this entity here is a class. So we need to implement the interfaces that we have. and we need to supply this t entity. So let's pass t entity. Okay. Now let's include our DB context. We are not having DB context, isn't it? So it means we need to create one. I have my name created already. So let me just grab that. Let's go to solution in the domain. Let's add folder. So in the infrastructure, we need to add folder here. Call it as that is our data. Then we need to create a class, which is appdb context, or give it any name at all. Should be a context class. Then this is public. So for now, let's use db context. Now this db context, we need to install Entity Framework Core. So you make sure you install this package. After we are done, we can create constructor with this. So control period, create constructor, pass in an option, and in that we need to specify. So that's our db context. Let's create our db sets. So we have our products, and at the table name, we want to make it products. Then we have same for category, and I will say this is categories. So we can streamline this to make it simple. .NET 8 introduces primary constructor, so we can use that on just a line. We have all things set up. So we have our tables created in here nicely. Okay, so we go back to a generic, and we can have our DB context. So let's include it. And in here, we're going to, you see we have an add. So we need to add. So let's use our context that we have, dot set. And our set here, that is the entity coming in. So any entity that is coming in, as far as it has a table created or configured in the app setting, not the app setting, the appdb context is going to make it work. So we say this is the entity, and we say dot add. So maybe after that, let's have await. Then this context or save changes. Now I know that this returns integer. So without wasting time, let's return this integer. And now also for delete, what can we do? Let's go to implementation. And first of all, we need to get this product first, right? So let's get this product. So here, this should be an async. So we're going to get this context, then entity.find async. We pass in the ID to make it find. In case you couldn't find it, then what can we do? We can return -1. You can return any number at all, or we can throw an exception also. So I prefer we throw an exception, so we can pass in a specific message that we want. So in that, let's go to the same folder, so the same solution, now in infrastructure. So here, let's add a new folder, and let's say this in exceptions. In this folder, let's add a class, and we say item not found. We want to make it general so that we can use this in the category as well. Else, we need to create the same thing in the category, which actually going to have the same code base. Yeah, so we can we can be smart here, right? So item not found exception. Now this exception inherit from this exception, and now in that we want to pass in our own message in that. So we don't want to hard code any message here. We want to make it dynamic sense. We're going to be using that in both product API and category, and maybe the other API that you might add. Let's create, I think, constructor CTOR. Now in this constructor we want to pass in string message, the message that you want to pass in, and that is all. Okay, now all this, what we can do, once you pass in this, maybe you want to inherit from this base, so we can have base of, and let's specify the message. Okay, yeah, you can use primary constructor. It works well. It works well like this. It works. Let's make this as public. Let's remove all unnecessary usings. So once you have item not found exception, we pass in a message. Let's go to our repo, and in here you can go ahead and check it out. So if entity is equal to null, then we can throw new item not found exception. That is coming from the folder that we created, and here it needs a message. So we can say that here, since you're making this generic, you cannot specify the product name. Or well, maybe you can use item not found, but to be precise, maybe we can grab the name of the product and return the name of the entity, not the product itself. So how can we achieve that? We can grab something like this. Let's use type of. Now type of this T entity coming in this model, by all means it has name, and we're saying that this not found. So here we want to, or maybe we can use this. I think we can use this when we are adding rather. So let's see if this T entity. Okay, so it should be an ID. Yeah, I think so. Because we're making a search here, in case you could not find that, you want to just return this ID. So we're going to say that item with ID not found. But well, since you're going to be also using this item not found exception, ideally it is good to place this in the application layer, because I think that for this infrastructure you should focus on maybe data access exception or maybe network exceptions. So in order not to go wayward, let's move this to the application, so we can be using this or reuse this exception even when consuming the service. So let's move this folder as a whole to the application. Now that we have it here, we can go ahead and remove it. Now this exception, it should come from application. So we have an item not found exception, and since we are inheriting this application in the infrastructure, we can still have access to it. You can see, so we still have access. making this reusable. And that's a great idea. Okay. So now we have this. We're going to try an exception in case we could not find that. And in case we get it, then what are we going to do? We strictly go ahead and remove it. So instead of re-adding, we can grab this. We're going to remove it. And now return this, which returns an integer. Okay, so let's see. We can use this correlation operator on a single line, and that's also amazing. In case it is null, then we want to throw this exception. Okay. The next thing that we're going to do here is we can also check for get async. Now for get async, we can return this context, and now we're using as no tracking to improve it. So we did not, or EF code does not track this. Now get by ID, we need to also return. So maybe we can call this. Then when we have the response, we want to return the result. The results could be of a type of entity or null. So in case it is null, we can check it from the service and do the necessary things that we need to do. Now let's go to the update. So we're also going to set this. Instead of removing, we go ahead and update it. So we having a CRUD implemented. This is a generic, and any model that you pass it on with this is going to work. So let's go ahead and create a dependency ingestion container, then register this repo with the interface that we have created in the application layer. So in infrastructure, we can add folder. So let's add class of service container. So this returns a nice service collection, and let's say this add infrastructure service. Let's also include configuration so we can register database connection. You can do it here as well. Then we need to install this package. So now that we have this installed, we can open the body, and in here let's have register database connection first. So we're going to say services. So dot add db context. So dot add db context. So we need to install SQL Server. So let's install this package. So in the infrastructure, dependencies, manage NuGet packages, and let's install SQL Server so we can use it here. So we need Entity Framework. So this one. Okay, so after we are done, in order for us to perform migration, we need to also install the tools package to our presentation, that is a host. So on the host, dependencies, let's add this package. Okay, great. Now let's go back to our service container, and now we must have use SQL. We are still having use SQL server. So dot use SQL server, and now in this server we need to specify a connection string. So we say this is need to have our config. So our config dot get connection string, and what's going to be the name. So maybe we need to pass in a connection string name here. You can get it from the settings.json. So maybe let's get it from here. And now in here, what is in the section name? Section name, let's say this is default. And let's copy this and now pass it down. Okay. So whilst we have this, we can also go ahead and now add the scope. So under this, we can also have migration assembly. This happens when we're going to perform migration. Because we're going to perform the migration, the API, the host. By this, where we have a migration file, right? So you want to make sure they sync. We specify type of, and that is the service container that we have created. We want to get it assembly.fullname. And aside from this, we need to have the scope. And for the scope, you're going to have service lifetime dot scope. Now we can close this. So I forgot one thing. We need to add retry. Okay, so in case it wants to get connected to a database, it tries the first attempt and it fails, we want to retry again. So let's say service SQL server options dot, let's say, enable retry on failure. Okay, so have configured it well. I think the arrangement wasn't nice. Okay, so now that we have this, we can go ahead and return services. So we have our database connection registered. So now that we have this, we can go to our presentation, that's our host, and configure our database connection string in the app settings. So connection, now that is default. So in here we have our server, and server is equal to, we can use local database, there's eCommerce DB. So we need to trust connection because we're using window authentication, and we also need to trust the certificate. So as soon as it gets connected, data can be manipulated. So we have this created. Let's save this. Now the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to register our interface that we created. That's a generic interface and its implementation. So in the same service container class that we created, we're going to register that here, which is services.add_scope. So our generic, and then here we're going to also have our generic implementation. So we have our repository. So you can see that when you look at this, it needs T entity, right? So here, what do we have? That's for product. So we have our product here, and that is our entity. We have the same product here for entity. So since we have domain in this, we can use it here. Same thing. We do same for category. So you can see we have created only one generic, but we can use it. Not limitation is not even up to category. We can extend it. You can add more models and still need to register that, and you are good. So now that we are good, let's go and consume this in a service that we're going to create. And a service too, I'm sure we need to create generic service. So we're having generic interface implementation and our service as a consumer. So let's handle that in our application. So before we have our interfaces here, we need to have another folder for our service. And for the services, let's have our generic service. You know, putting the service here, it is I think it's the best. But let's think about one thing. We want to return a model as a response model. And in the response model, we don't want to put DTOs in the domain. DTOs should reside in the application so we can use that to interact with the service. And in this case, we want to call this service in here. That means we need to bring the domains or the DTOs here, which is not the best idea. So what we're going to do here is we're going to move this service out. If we are not using a response or a specific or a custom response type, then we can pass this interface into the domain, because when you check the generic, it returns integer. It doesn't return any specific type. Okay, but so if you want to maintain same in here, it means that in case it is added, we're going to have the ID or maybe 1 or etc. value in here. But with this, we want to check if it is 1. We want to actually translate that 1 into a meaningful message for the user to understand, rather than returning 1 to the user. So in this case, we need to step in, and by stepping in, this should be moved out. I'm thinking of not using generic service here. Let's create a specific service for each model. Okay? Yes, because we might face issue when using the generic service. We did not face any when using the interface, but well, we might face some here. So instead of this generic, let's be specific. This is iProduct service. Now this product service, let's move this, okay, from the domain. So we're going to say this is service interface. So in the application, bring it there, and I'll remove it from the domain. In the services, you can add another folder and separate the interface from the implementation. So we say this is the interfaces. And let's move this, which is no more our generic, but rather this is going to be a product. Now with this iProduct service, we're going to copy same here, and when we go to the product, iProduct service, let's paste this. So with this won't be generic because we are saying it's a product, so we are specifying the model. So it means we need to provide this model, and now here we are not using the actual model, we are using the DTO because this is a service, and a DTO is going to be used to communicate between the service and the interface. Okay, so we have to provide, this is create product, and for get by ID, we did not create get product, isn't it? So in our DTOs, we have create, we did not get it. So for update, you can also grab this, or this is what we can do. You're gonna have class get product. Now, get product is going to have the same properties as update. Okay, so in order not to confuse us more, we don't want to inherit from this update. Okay, although if we inherit from this update, we're going to inherit everything, and that's what we need. But well, let's repeat this. This inherit from the product base. Now let's add the property here. Let's generate a class for this. So this is going to return, when we check here, this is going to return the product, only the product. You know, product also has category. We are not adding category, so we can add category to it. And now category, we're not using the category model itself, rather the DTO. So we say get category. Do we have that? No, we don't. So get category. And now we say this is category. And let's go to the category. We can even make this as null, so we can skip this. You go to the category, and now we can use same. Which also needs an ID. So for category 2, we can get category with product, right? So let's also have this I collection of get product. Then we say product. We can equate this to new, or we can use this one. So since at times we're going to skip it, let's make it as now. Okay, move this to class. So this category base has the name, isn't it? Great. So let's also inherit from the category base. So any modification that we do to the base is going to affect all. It's great. So we don't need to be doing it in each of the models or the DTOs. When we go to get categories, so we can include it here. So if you cross check, we have get category, which takes in a collection of get product. We have get product, which takes in a collection of get category. Not a category, just a single category. Because each product is going to have a single or one category. But one category is going to have multiple products. Alright, so we have this set. Now let's go to our service. iProduct service. We have our create. So this is get product. Then here we want to return service response. It means we need to create service response. So in the DTO, in a DTO we have a request and a response. So let's put the response here. Service response. Let's make this as a record, which takes in flag. If it is to success, we can make it success to be specific. Let's make this record. So let's specify the properties that we need. This is success. Let's set this to false, and we have string message. Set this to null. Let's terminate this and clear this. Now let's go back and integrate this in our service. So in here we need to use this service. We want to return service as well, and now serve it. Now here this is going to be get product, and this since we're going to add, is going to be create product. And update is going to be update product. So here we do same for the category service. Now we have this, so we have get category for get all. We have get category. Then here we need to have a create category. Then we have an update. So maybe you are saying, oh, it is the same code that we're repeating, so why don't we use generic? Yes, you can use generic here. When you use generic, unless if you're going to use an automapper, which needs implemented in the application, you cannot do that unless you do it in the controller, which goes against the rule of solid principle. So, and also another one is when you use generic like this, as what we've done already in the repository, when you use it in case you want to add a specific implementation for one entity, such as a category only, you cannot do it because category and product are using the same code base. So when you add this implementation to the code base, product can see it, category can also see it, which is not the best. Okay, so you can see that it has downs when using repositories or generics. So here we want to skip that future errors that may pop up, and let's go ahead and use separate interfaces for each model. Okay, so we are good. Let's move this to separate class. So when you check application services interfaces, we get them here, right? Great. Now we need to have implementation. So in the same folder, services, let's add new folder. We can name it as implementations. And let's add class, which is going to be product service. Now this inheriting from product service. Let's implement the interface. We need to do same for category. Okay, so now that we have this, let's go and consume the interface. The interface resides in the domain. Domain here has been referenced in application, meaning we're going to get it when we try to use it. And that is generic repassing of product. Then there's going to be product. So we don't say generic, just generic like that. Do we have to say generic like that? No, let's say this is product. So there is product interface. So now here, we haven't create product, and here this takes in product. Check it out. If I'm consuming this is going to return an integer. See, I have this int, result is an integer, and here we're going to get a with product interface dot add async, which takes in product entity. But in here we have this create product. There is a DTO, and this DTO should not get in touch with the interface. So how do we do it? That is where the mapping comes in. So we need to map it. We can map it using Mapster or AutoMapper. I have used Mapster in one of my projects, and also AutoMapper as well. But well, let's go in for AutoMapper because that is widely known by many developers. Let's install that. So let's get this from solution, application, dependencies, then AutoMapper. So that is this. Once you have this package installed, you need to create a mapping configuration. So let's add folder. Now, so this is mapping. Now, in this mapping, I'll add a class, and I'll have mapping config. In the mapping config, this should be a public class, and this class should inherit from profile, which is coming from AutoMapper. Profile or program? It's profile. We need to create constructor. That is where we're going to be doing our magic. So in here, let's create map coming from a T source. So T source here, it is coming from create category. Where is it going to? Category. Another one, create map. It is going to, it's coming from create product, which is going to product. The next one, create map. It is coming from category, and it is going to get category. Next one is coming from product. It is going to get product. I hope this is clear to you. So now that we have this, we need to go and register this. So we can create dependency injection also in the application layer. So we can register all these services. You don't need to cross this to the API and register individual. You want to organize them. All right. So let's do that. So let's create dependency injection. Let's add container. So in here, we need to add it. So we say services dot automapper. And now with this, we need to get where, at least let's get where the file is, right? So we can have type of, specify the file, the configuration file. That is mapping config, this file. Let's register. Our product. And we say product service. I believe you've done this already. Category 2. So product service, category service. Okay, so we need to create I category service. So it's a typo. All right. So we have this. So now that we have this, let's go and map our models, our DTOs to the entities. So we go to the application service or the product service, and in here, let's say this is map data, and this equal to, let's inject imapper interface, and we say this mapper dot map, and a map, you're mapping from a destination to source. So you're mapping from product to this product. This is a create product, you're mapping to this entity, and then we can pass this here. Now with this, we need just an ID, so we don't need to map anything. So we can just strictly go ahead and say return await. Then we have our interface.delete ID. This returns a service response, but this returns an integer. So we're going to say that if ID, we need to store this. So this results that is coming in, if this ID here, it is greater than 0, meaning it is success. So in this case, we can just return new service response with this in true, and our simple message. So product deleted. You see, because this is an integer, so if this results, is greater than 0. Else, what can we do? We want to return false. So maybe product not found, because here product not found. We are not actually grabbing the actual exception. What is happening? We don't want to, in our call, we don't want to display this sensitive information to the user. So we want to give out something which tells the user that, oh, okay, you encountered problem in doing that. Okay, but we are not actually telling the user exact problem. But the exact problem, how can you do it? You can use global exception handler to handle that and unlog it into the database, so you can cross-check anytime, anywhere. This sounds great, isn't it? So do not display the actual issue to the user. So we can say product field to be deleted. For the cause, it doesn't know to know. So we can use this. You can use ternary operator to return this. Make it just a line. So results greater than 0. Is that true? If yes, then return no response. If no, then kindly give the stream. That is all. So one line. Now here we're going to also do same. So this is going to return null in case it returns null, right? So we don't need to do anything. We can just go ahead and return await product interface.get or return. So we're going to check from the controller. If it is null, then maybe return not found CTOS code. But here it returns, check it out, it returns product, list of product. So we cannot return it straight like that. We need to first store this in the memory. So that is a raw data. Let's map it. But before we map it, when it is null and we want to map it, it's going to have an exception. We want to skip that. So in skipping it, let's make sure we fix it here before it escalates to become an exception. So we're going to say that if raw data .count is equal to 0, then return. We want to return null here. Or you can even, since it is returning an enumerable, you can return an empty list. Okay, and even with this, what can we do? Again, in case it isn't null, then we can go ahead and map it. So let's use mapper .map. T source is I enumerable of get product. So that's the destination, and at the source here it is raw data. So when you use a mapster, that is the other package, or that is the other mapping package, you cannot map list. I tried once and I had an issue. That's the reason why I quickly choose this one, the auto mapper. But maybe I'll try it again in case it works. I also have a video on that, how you can use mapper to map list. For single entity, it works perfectly fine, and even configuration for that is it's simpler than this. It's very, very simple, but this is more intense. Okay, so once we have this map, we can return this. So we don't need to even store it in memory again. We can go ahead and return it straight. Then we go to get by ID. We're also going to do same. So let me grab this. So get by ID, and here we can return new get product. We can use equal to now or is now. You can use any of them. Then here we are not mapping list, just a single entity. Okay. Now for update, it is the same approach to add. Now here we have the results. So let's go and grab this. And I'll paste it up. Maybe you can extract this in a single method, so you can call that to skip all this. Okay, so let's grab this to the update. So we first have to map it. Then inside of the add, we say update, map data, and now product updated. So we are done with the product interface or the product service. Now we're going, this should be public. I'm going to grab same, go to category service, and I'll make changes in that. That is a secret. So we go to our service again, category service. I also have it here. Maybe we need to copy and paste. Or maybe you can paste it down here so we can just have it. So the first one is add. Let's grab this. Add. Inside of product, here it is category. And here let's inject our category interface. So I generic. The category interface. So let's copy this. Let's find and replace it or this. This should be an async, and we should include mapper2 now inside of product. We say category. Alright, so now that we are done with this, the next thing that we need to talk about here is validation, model validation. You know, validation is very important in validating what the user sends or what you take into your system. So in order to validate, you can use Fluent validation, or you can use the default validation method integrated. To make this simple, we want to use the default one, but well, for advanced scenarios, we need to use the customized one. Maybe I have a separate video on how you can do that. When you use this default one, you know, validations are going to be applied on the DTOs. So in case in the near future your DTO changes, it means you need to write validations again, add a validation attribute again. And it does not conform with the solid principle. We need to have, the model should have one method, one function. And validations also have its function. We should not add validation against model. So we can do that. But well, in this video, we're going to override that. We're going to maintain the natural state. So how do you do it? We go to our DTOs. Now in our DTOs, all that we need to do here is we need to add what is necessary. Attribute required. So here we are saying required, and when we go to from the create, we have same get. It is same. Now one bad thing about this is we are all inheriting from the base category. So although we are saying required, by get is a response DTO, not a request. So in this case, we might not need to use we might not need to validate it, because you're going to get something from the database to the user. You want to validate what is coming into the system from the user. But since we are validating the category base, it means it's going to be affected. That's the reason why normally you can go in for a custom validation using Fluent API or any other validation third package that we have. But for now, let's maintain it. In case we want to have a response like this, when you have a response DTO, we make sure that we provide a value before it returns to the user. And that is the solution to the problem. So let's go again. Now let's check our update. Update needs an ID. So you say this is required. And now with this, I think it has good or so. Okay. Or we can specify the data type as grid. But well, since it is good here, let's maintain that. So we are having required attribute for all. And for our product, we need required. And in here, we can specify a custom message. Default is going to pick this name and then say this is required. But I know you can customize, you can override that and put in your own customized message. If you want to do that, then open a bracket. And I can see from here we have error message. You can then go in and specify your error message in here. But since it is the same as what you're going to be doing, we want to maintain the default one. So here we having a product which is required. We having our description, same, price, same, image is required, quantity, and then category ID. So when you go to the update, it is having same. Let's include this required to this. So we are done with the category, and so creating using a default validation is quite simple. There are a lot of attributes that you can use. For example, when you go to the product base, we have an price here, right? So we can maybe have a method which, let's see, data type. Another one is here, I think, data type.currency. So this is currency. We can make it as currency. And when we go to our product itself, product in our domain layer, entities, product, we have decimal here, so we need to provide the decimal, the column type, or maybe column. column type or column without wasting time. So that's a decimal, and we have only one decimal. We go to product base. Since this is going to be a DTO, we don't need to provide that. Okay, so we have image, and this image should be base64 string. So we can say base64 image, and I think this also has a property of base64 string. But with the base64 string, when we add this, we're going to have an issue. Due to the reason why, when we convert our image, we're going to add the file format. If it is PNG, or maybe image/PNG or image/JPG, and image/JPG, it is not in base64, so it's going to be an issue. So it's better we remove this. Else, we need to separate the PNG, the file format, from the base64 string. And the next time that you want to display, unless we add it, all because of this. So we can't do that. We can't stress ourselves too much. So let's remove this and make it open. Okay. Now quantity, we have price, and maybe you can add old price, or old price, or discount. You can add more features. Alright, so now that we are done with our validations, what's the next thing for us to do? We need to create our controller, isn't it? Now we have our service created, which has consumer interface. We have our mapper mapped and are being used in the service. So the next thing to do here is to register the service and create a controller to consume the service. Now let's check that one out. You go to the application service container. We have them registered. Great. Let's go to the host, and in the controller, let's create product controller. Now with this product, let's inject a service. So that's an I product service. Whereby this we should add the application. Then we say product service. Or since we have only one service, we can add product service. Alright. Then let's have our first method. You want to use get. You can say get all. Now with this get all, you want to have public asyntax action results. So you're making this open to all types of response. Although we are returning service response, you can make it specific to this service response. But well, action result also works, which is open. So we can use that. Then we say this is get all. If our data is equal to await product service get all, then we say return data dot count greater than 0. If yes, return OK for the data. Else, return not found. So let's go to the next one, return single. So with this not found, this could be, let's see, if when you pass in same data, because in there we have a message in there that we can display. And now this single takes in an ID. So the ID, we can make it in the form of query string or parameter. So I like parameter a lot. I don't know the reason why. But you can add query string. If you want to add query string, then you do not need to specify the parameter in here. And now this is get by ID. Okay. Now this ID, it is not integer, it is skewed. Now you are saying if it's not equal to null, that is I want to pass in, okay. Or pass in not found. So with not found, it's going to be the data is, because this data is coming with null, okay. So we can override that or you can maintain it. This also returns null or maybe an array, empty array. So we can also return this data. We can start to skip that. For that one, it's gonna work. So we have get all and then get by ID. The next one is get. You can have a delete, add, and an update. So let's go for add. Now this add is HTTP post. So let's have our public async task. So in here we take in create product. Now let's check the results, which come in at in a response of service response. So we can say that let's use same as this. So if results of success, if it is true, then return OK with the results, or meaning there's an issue, right? So let's see if we can have a nice, can we make it bad request? You have internal. Let's make it as bad request. So with this bad request, it takes in model states and also error objects. Okay. So results. There. Then let's go to an update. So you can see we also doing same. We call an update and I will check the state and return it. We have last one of delete. Which takes in an ID. And now this shouldn't be post. should be delete. For update should be put. Then let's take in an ID. Pass on the ID. So here, since we need a response to return, that's the reason why we have been returning okay. Else, when it gets deleted, we can return no content. When it gets created, we can return created. But since we have a specific return type, we can use okay to return that specific. Okay, so we have our controller created for product. We're going to do same for category. So let me just remove this. Okay, now let's go and create. Let me pick this. Let's add category controller. API new. And that is category. And in here we need to remove. So let's move this. iProduct service. You're going to make an iCategory service. So now that we have, we need to use this category service in place of the product service. So click on this, go to this, replace it with the category interface. Click on next. So that's category service, and now okay, so we have it changed. And here, create category. Okay, then the next one here, we need to make sure we have the same model. Okay, so yes, so we are done with our two controllers, our products, and our category. So I was thinking about where we introduce the exception in the infrastructure. I think we are not doing the right way, because infrastructure layer should only focus on technical details such as data access and not business logic, like whether an entity is not found or an error. It is the application who is responsible to decide on that and to an exception. So I think we should remove that from there. And also, the method is having two functions. It is deleting, also it's throwing an exception, which is not ideally the right way to handle that. So I think we have to go in there and remove this. So since you are returning an integer, it means you can return 0 from here. So instead of returning item not found, we can return 0 or so, yes. So let's return 0. That is item not found. You see? So we can now go ahead and check if this is null, then you want to return entity if entity is null, then return 0. So we know that when it comes we get a response of 0, then it means that the ID here, or the specific entity not found. In that case, we need to remove this exception, and the best way to handle exception is in the application layer. But in application layer, we're having our own model or our own way of handling issues, so we don't need to throw an exception in the application layer. So check it out. When we go to the application layer, especially the product service, here we are returning service response. So the results here, we are saying that if the result is greater than 0, we are returning this. Else, the results can be 0, can be negative. If it is 0, it means the product is not found at all. So instead of displaying this product failed to be deleted, we can display product not found. We can check it from here. So we can say that if product or if result is equal to 0, so for specific, we know that, hey, this product not found. So we can just go in and return this. Else, what can we do? If the result is greater than 0, it means product deleted. But in case you have any other result, such as -1 or so, that is where we need to handle that with a middleware. And in this case, we want to say that product failed to be deleted. So instead of having this lambda, we can also use if to check, or we can also check it again. Since just an integer, we can do check, which doesn't consume a lot of memory processing. Okay, so we have this. It means we need to do same in there's a product service. So in a category service, we need to also handle that. So the category, but don't you think we can also streamline this? Yes, we can. So we can say that in case the ID is here, it is greater than 0, then return true, or maybe fail to be deleted. Okay, so we can say that category not found or fail to delete. We can just use this one to add the response of this and add the response of the other one as well. So let's have something like category not found or fail to delete. Let's remove this. Let's do same to the product service. So let's go and build a project and perform migration. Okay, so package manager console, and we have to make sure we have our host selected. But before that, we go to the host, and from this host program.cs file, we need to include the service. So let's have our user, so infrastructure, we have application, the dependency injection, and we're going to have same for infrastructure 2. And in the host dependencies add project, we need to add the infrastructure and remove the application, because infrastructure contains the application. And then here, let's have a builder.services .add infrastructure service .add application service. So .add application service, and this will come from, I think, application. So yes, now here we need configuration, so we pass in builder.configuration. Now the next thing that we're going to do is, so this contains a DB connection, so we have it set. So when we can verify from the solution the infrastructure, when you go to service container, this is the domain, we have our host, this is infrastructure, service container, and we have that. So that is default. Okay, now let's go and add migration. Let's make sure infrastructure is our default project. Let's set the host as startup. Okay, so let's go and test this out. So we have our endpoint ready, but first of all, let's check if a database has been created. So we go to SQL Server Object Explorer, click on Views, and you can have it. So let's open this, my server database, and I have eCommerce AppDB, that is this. So I have, if I open tables, I'm going to have the product and a category tables. Yes, I do have them here. Alright, so we can go ahead and now test this out. Let's say from category, get all categories. So we have the status code of 404 not found. Let's see, so not found. We can also test for product, and that is not found. Let's go and add. We need to add category first. Electronics. Now we add. So you can see category added. Let's go and see if we get all, we can have access to it. Yes, we have it. So we can grab this category ID, Then we go to the product. Let's add. Let's pass in the category ID. So when we click on execute, we have product added. When we get to get product, we have the category ID, we have the base image, we have the ID of everything here. Great. So it means our endpoints are ready and they are working as expected. Yeah, so you can try your hands on the delete and get and update. It's going to work, trust me. Let's close it. We are not done. Now let's go and make sure we enforce validation rules. So you can see from our solution, we have created our DTOs specifically for our create and product. So you can see from our create category and also our create product, we have added a default validation attribute that is a required. You can add more if you want to have a specific number of maybe length of characters. You can put it in there. And we have also product and also update product, and they are inheriting from the product base. Great. So we have all read required. Now the next thing that we're going to talk about here is how do we enforce this. So we can do this straight ahead in the controller. That is what we know as the model state. So in the previous one we did not do that. So let's go in there and modify and add the model state to make sure we enforce the validation in here. So if you create a custom validation using Fluent Validation with any other third library, you can also call this, you can manually validate it, or you can do that automatically. Maybe after this project, I'll have a separate video on how to integrate Fluent Validation as well in the API. Okay, so let's go to, where is the controller? So we go to our presentation layer, and in there, here you have it as host. So here in the controllers folder, we have a category. Now we see from all posts which is taking in these models, these DTOs, we can implement this here. So we're going to say that if model state, so you can see we have model state here. Now this is going to return either success or not. So we can say if it is valid, but let's make it if it is not valid. So we negate it dot is valid. This is going to return true. So we're going to negate it and say if it is false, then we want to just return bad request and with the model state. So you know when we are consuming this in the client, we do not need to use this, but when we are communicating through the API directly, that is where this becomes important. In the client, I believe you're going to use the same model. We're going to make sure that our form has data annotation. We make sure it is valid before we submit, and we can actually add some validations in there to also check. But you know, when you do the client validation, you have to also do the server validation. So there is a server validation, that's what we're doing. And after we are done with this, in the client, we have to also do same validation. Now let's have, so we need to make this available in all the post and put endpoints. So here we have post, and that is put, that is when updating. So that is where we take in models as payload. So we have them set. Let's do same to the controller. That is a product. So on the product, we also have create. Then we also have update. So when we do this, it means our system, our validation is now concrete, and validations will be checked using this attribute, the default one that we provided. Okay, the next thing we're going to talk about here is we need to improve the exception handling. You know, when you check your EF core, our repository in here, there are a lot of exceptions that EF core can push it up, such as maybe when you try to update, when you try to save changes, when you add, when you update, when you delete. and there's an issue, how can you manage that? How can you handle that? Basically, there are some EF core issues that you need to handle. So these issues, there are also exceptions, and we have database update exception, we have unique constraint exception, we have cannot insert null exception, maximum length exceed exception, and numeric overflow exception, reference constraint exceptions. These are the biggest exceptions that EF core will just bring it out anytime you violate the rule. And in this case, if you handle this with general exception handle like exception and return a common message, because I know that when you handle this exception, you're not going to display this exception to the user, right? So you want to override this and display user-friendly exception to the user. But how would the user know what exactly happened? It means you need to handle this low-key exceptions in our infrastructure, and we can proceed it. You can handle that in also the application layer as well. So let's do that. Let's go to the infrastructure, and in here let's add exception folder. This should be a folder first, so let's create a folder. So that is an exception, but I think we're going to make this as a middleware. I think it's better we give it a concrete name. So let's make it as, so there is middleware. Now with this middleware, let's have exception handling middleware as a class in it. So now with this, we need to first install a library which will help us achieve these exceptions. So let's go to the infrastructure, dependencies, and add NuGet packages. And let's add the entity framework called exceptions.sql server, because that is what we need. So let's add this package. When we are done, go to solution, and in there from your dependency container, let's add .use SQL server exception. I'm sure this should come from Alright, so I think it is not use SQL Server exception, rather processor. Okay, so use SQL Server processor, and this should come from the package that we installed. I think it shouldn't be here, rather it should be here. Okay, so now we have this. So as we're done, we can go to our middleware and create our middleware to handle that. So let's make this as public. You know, when you go to our repository that we created, you can see that most of the repositories, they do have the implementation, they do have save changes or add, delete, and etc. Now within that, we can handle the exceptions in there using try catch block. But think of it, you're going to have a lot of exceptions, right? And we're going to scatter our code with a lot of try catch. We want to try our best to make our code readable and simple. So we need to use middleware to handle that. This, we're going to create it, and our exceptions, as soon as it gets thrown, we can catch it here and now check. So we're going to make a check and see which type of exception got thrown. Then we can handle that. So let's have our request delegate. Let's pass it in here. So we need to install abstraction package. Okay, so once you have this package installed, we can go ahead and create a method. So that's going to be public async task, which is invoke async. So once you have this, maybe when we get this exception, when we try to save, and now when we get an exception from this, what can we do here? Maybe we can create an exception so we can pass in a customized message. And in here we can also log exception in case you want to log it. We want to log an exception to maybe a file or a database or wherever, we can do that. So here, let's get exception as an SQL exception. So we're going to say that here we have our inner exception. So we get it as an SQL exception. And in here we can check if this exception is not equal to null. So this inner exception is not equal to null. That is where we want to perform this task. So we can just switch. Okay, so we see that here we are switching and we want to check if it is unit constraint violation or it is null insertion. So you can see here unique constraint violation. You can just pass in any message, any user-friendly, any meaningful message to the user. That is when you have a relationship and the user decides to either delete it or add without providing the ID for that. All sort of constraints, you're going to have this catch and you can return it using the number here. Okay, so we have this handled nicely. Maybe we can improve this. Let's see. We should use an explicit type. That's great. We can also still improve that. And that's great. So we can pass it straight ahead and we can move on. But in case it isn't that, you see this exception, in case it isn't DB update exception, then what can we do? That is where we can use this else statement, and here we can display maybe an error-friendly message. Okay, so 500 an error occurred while saving the entity changes. Okay, but in case it isn't any of these exceptions specified here, and it is an unknown exception that we do not know, that is where mostly we need to log it and return meaningful to the user. So here, once you have this catch, it is DB exception when update is performed and it's in sort of that. And in case it isn't and it is different one which is not known, then we need to catch it with an exception. This is a just big container which catches all exceptions. So we can return or occurred now with the message. Now this message is not advisable to, not the best way to expose this message. Okay, so here instead of exposing this, we want to log this message. But well, we can also catch this message using an exception in the application layer. So maybe if you're having a login mechanism which implements in the application, you can still catch this one and now log in there and now return something meaningful to the user as well. Okay, so for now, let's maintain this. So we have our central exception handling here using this middleware. Now, once you're done creating this middleware, you are not done. You need to register this middleware. So let's go to the solution, and now in our service container for the infrastructure, you can see from here we have our service container. And now in our service container, let's include that. So here we can say public static. Then with this infrastructure service, it takes in application builder. So you can say app.use middleware. And now what is the name of the middleware that we created? Let's go and grab that. Okay, so let's return this app. Now this should return application builder. Okay, so before we forget it, let's go to our controller, not the controller, the program CS file. Now once you add this infrastructure service, we need to also use the pipeline. So app.use infrastructure service. All right, so we have our validations included. We have our exceptions also handled in there. So when you check here, you can see we are having this unique constraint and we are not having foreign key. This is where a column should be unique, and in case it doesn't, then we have this exception. Then we need to use a foreign key. That is where when you add a product and add data, and you need to provide an ID of a related table and you do not, that is where there's also a pop-up. So I think we need to use that. And now the key or the exception number here, it is 547, which is a foreign key. So let's also add that. I think this should be here. So 547. Well, what do you think? Because we have 515, and you want to tell me that 547 comes before 515? No. So it should be here 547. Actually, you can put it anywhere. All right. So that is this one. So these are the exceptions that you have. But in case when we check the exception and we do not have this exception, it's going to return, right? Because we do not have any default exception. We do not have that. So maybe we can also add default exception in there. And or we have this already. We have this also. So when exception is not known, instead of return the default one, maybe we can do this. That is when the exception is now. But we can also pass in the default one. So we also have a default, and it's the same 500 internal server error. You see, it's the same thing. So in case the exception that we're passing in here, it is the number is not part of what we have here, return this. In case this exception is not under DB exception, then we're going to return that. Okay, and here after doing this, maybe in case it is not DB exception, general, we're going to return our exception, and we're going to return this. So you know whether it is this one or not, still we're going to call this, because this exception is a big container which is going to handle everything. So we're still going to see this. So let's run our application and test and see how the exceptions are being handled. So before we try this out, let's go to the solution. Now in our middleware, where we have all these exceptions being handled, from the low-level exceptions, from the DB update or DB context, from here we want to focus on this foreign key and constraint violation, because you know we have length, we need to provide category ID when adding product. So if we refuse to provide it, we must hit this exception. So we're waiting to see this issue. Okay, let's check it out. We can put breakpoint here. Now I think this is the right place. Yes. Now let's go and put in some values and try it. We are not providing, although we have category ID. When you go to get all categories, I think we have category ID. Let's continue on. Yes, we are having two categories here, but we are not going to provide any ID of this to the product. So we go to product, and we want to maintain the default category ID, which does not exist. And we have the default name, price, everything is default. Now let's click on execute, and let's see. So if I click on step out, let's step it. Now you're going to have an issue. There's going to be an exception. Sure. Oh yeah, I have an exception. And look at the exception. So this is an anti-framework exception, and here reference constraint violation, and that is what I'm talking about, foreign key constraint. So it's conflicted with a foreign key constraint, and that is a product category ID. So we know that. Now let's click on it whether to see this number is going to get hit. 547, that is a foreign key constraint. Now here, if you want to check even the number for this exception, you can just go to the next one. Hopefully it's an SQL exception. So watch here, and now within this exception, we can have the number in there. The number should match with 547. Check it out. You see the number? 547. So it means that this is going to get hit. And now we are waiting to see this. So let's step out, switch, and yeah, of course, we have it. Execute this, and now break. So foreign key 409, and let's see 409. So we are having a conflict, right? 409, but we are not having this content. Do you know the reason why? Check it out again. You see, we are not having that content. We have only the status code, and that is all. Yeah, maybe we forgot to add something. Do you have any idea on how to do it? We have to set the content to application or test. So let's do that and check it out again. So here, since we're going to be using that for all the switch cases, as soon as we get it, we can grab it from here, because you have the cat, and this can use this and that. So let's have our, here we can have context.response .content type. Let's set that to application/JSON. I hope you are done with this, isn't it? Now let's give it another try. So now once again, we go in there and perform same function, and this time around we're waiting to see message, not only the status code. So let's uncheck this, continue on. It is done. Yeah, and of course we have it. So we can see we have foreign key constraint violation. So we have this here. Okay, so now we're having the message as well. As you can see from here, there is a message that we are getting as an error message, and this maybe it will help us. I don't think it is necessary to display this exact message, because the user using the system might not know foreign key. What is it? But you know. So maybe you can decorate this, can modify this to be user friendly to everybody who try to use the system. But for developers, you guys do understand this. I also understand. So let's maintain what we have in here. All right. So now that we are able to set this, I think we should use this also here. Catch. We should also specify this context. This can be used or will be used for this, because this is found in the try catch, and this is a catch. So if I set the context here, it means this is also inclusive. That's amazing, right? All right. The next thing that we're going to do here is every system must have a login. Login actually is very important. It helps you to notify, to get to read what the system is doing, how the system is being used. And in case you have an issue, you can also put it there. It's not about only login errors only. If you hear, when you hear people talk about login, it's not about login only error. You can log information. What is going to the system, you can log it out there to the console, to the file, and maybe read later if you have time. But mostly we focus on the errors, because that is where we want to tackle to make our system robust and resilient. So we try to log all errors so we can trace it up in there. We do not need to ask the user, did you encounter any error while using the system? We don't want to do that. The error file will give everything that we need. So we can just go straight to the file and then read what happens in a day, and I'll see if there's any error. We can just go ahead and fix it. So let's do this magic. How do you do that? You know, error can be implemented throughout the application. So it means it must be in the core so that you can use it everywhere. It's not about logging errors only in your infrastructure. You can also log errors in your application layer as well in your presentation. But you know, application layer is the middle which orchestrates all the other layers, including the infrastructure, the domain as well. So here it's good to put the interface in there so that the interface can be used across like a service. Let's hop into it and see how you can do this. So before this, there are some packages that you need to install. I think I have the package references, so I'm not going to install them again, but well, I believe you know how to install packages, isn't it? Yeah, that's good of you. So you can just go to right click on your infrastructure and I click on admin get packages. If you don't know, now you know. Now let's see, so I'm going to unload this project. Normally that is what you can also be doing in case you have this package references out there and you don't want to install them again. So unload project, that's the infrastructure, and then here you go to the project, you have the settings here, and with this I can add my packages references. So down here we're going to be using 4 packages, all from Serilog. I love Serilog most because it's flexible and it allows you to configure easily and also log to console to file everywhere. You can do it. So I like using Serilog a lot. Okay, but there are other log libraries that you can use, and log is there, and other logs. So you can try them as well. I have videos, I think, do I have videos on that? Well, I have videos on Serilog. Maybe I'll try and have videos in other logs so you can know how to implement them as well. But for now, we want to implement Serilog. So this is the actual package, Serilog. We want to register that. So we need to install this ASP.NET Core for dependency. Also, we need sync and file. For now, we want to log errors to all messages to the console and also in a file. So you can pass them here. Install these 4 packages. Are you done? The next thing I'm going to do here is, if you do this, then you have to reload this project. But if you didn't do this, then I think you're done. You're done waiting for me. And now give me a second. Let me just reload mine. So we continue. Now I'll save this and I'll make sure that these packages are well installed. So I can go to dependencies, packages. Oh, I still have one in here. Oh yeah, I'm good. You see? So I have these packages installed without actually going through the package manager console. Okay, so once I have this, let's go ahead and create our login interface. So in application layer, that is where we need to create our interface. We go to our services folder, and now from the services, you can see we have an implementation and we have interface. So in the interface, since this is going to be only an interface, service is going to be implemented in infrastructure. Let's add folder, and so this is login. Let's add an item. So that's application logger. Now within this, we need to define our login interfaces. Now this should be generic, so it can be used across the system. So we have these 3 interfaces. Let's go and add implementation. So you can see that here we have implementation ready. We got login information, login error, and login warning. Let's go and register this. So where do you register this? In the service container. Alright, so we are done. We have an interface and an implementation being registered as type. Now let's go ahead and I use this. But before we use this, we need to register this. So logger should be added to the host, and we can have access to the host in the presentation. So let's go to the presentation, program.cs, and now let's add the login here. So maybe on top you can add login. So in the configuration, that is what we're doing. We are enriching. We want to add the context. We want to also write to the console. We want to write to file. Now in this file, you're going to create a folder known as log, and in there we're going to create a file known as log.txt, and I'll log all information or everything that you want to log. You want to log in there. So it's going to be appeared on the console and also in the text file. Now the interval here is a day, so each day create a file for a single day. So when this application runs for about 5 days, it means we're going to have 5 files, a day for a file, right? And we're going to have the day logs inside. So this is what we need. Now let's add this log to the host. So we can do that. After this, we can start logging. So let's say this is log dot logger dot, let's say, information, and on here we can do something like application is building, because the application is building. So after building, we want to go ahead and execute it. So after it has done, before it gets built, we want to handle this with try, and let's catch it. So for this, once we're done, we have our try catch. What can we do? We need to use a Serilog request login. So maybe in the pipeline we can do app.use Serilog request login, and once you're done, let's add finally block, so that what happens, whether it is we have an error thrown or not, this execution or this function is going to get executed. We need to log.close and flash. We need to close it and now flash it as well. We don't want to use an async because we're not checking the value for anything. They want to check the results. Okay, so in case you have an issue, what can we do? When the app is built, before it runs, we can say that log.logger dot the same info, and we can say that the application, it is not building, rather just running. Okay, so we're doing this so we can know that the server is running. If you want to, you can skip this. Well, let's put it there. But in case there's an issue, what can we do? That is where we need to log an exception. So log.logger dot error. Now this error, let's pass in our ex, and also we can pass in our message. So application failed to start. Okay, so we are having our login system being configured nicely. Now also we are not done. We can also go to the exception middleware and also handle this error in there. Why is it good to handle this exceptions or log errors in the middleware? Now when you check this middleware, that is the ending point. Let's say the ending point. Now if we have any error, you see this is going to execute the next middleware. And now when this middleware is being executed, in case you have any issue, this is going to get popped up. Now we are handling low level exception from any DB context. That is when you click on save. In case there's an issue, it's going to pop up and we can check it from here. But aside from that, you see we also having, if the exception that is coming in here, it is not an SQL exception. The DB update exception coming in here is not an SQL exception. Then we're going to have, because we're having if here, then we're going to have this else. Aside from that, there's an exception here. So in case the exception at all is not a DB update exception, then this is going to get called, right? Now when this gets called, now we are implementing login. So we want to log to the console or to the file, so that later on we can also go through and know what happened. But since there is a development stage, we can log everything from here. As soon as it is error, we can log it from here. But in production, you don't need to log this SQL exception to the console. Only log it to the file, or maybe to another login UI service, which can give you a nice view of log presentation. So you can just go in there and watch it. I've done a couple of videos on how to integrate Honeycomb with OpenTelemetry, and I think I did one too. Maybe I'll put them in the video description. Okay, so let's try and for our development process, let's add it here. Now from the catch, as soon as you get an issue, we don't want to call a service here, because when you call a service here, even though it is not an exception, this is going to get called. We don't want to do that. So let's put it here. We want to call this only when exception happens. Okay, so let's grab the logger. So we say logger is equal to, we have our context coming in. So context dot request services. Then here we can get required service. Now with this service, we need the IApp logger. Then this logger takes in this middleware. Now we can use this logger in this context. So whatever thing from here up to this, we can log it. Okay. So when there's an SQL exception, quickly we want to just log that. And let's pick the inner exception. And maybe we can say that this is SQL exception. And aside from that, in case it isn't an SQL exception, what can we do? We can also use it here. Now, if it's not an SQL exception, we can also grab same and unlog it. Any other exception? So as for that, we need to use this. That is a DB update, so we need to use this EX. So we can say that's related EF core exception. Then that is if it is not any under the low level exception, then we can also use it here. But with this, we need to copy this because this cannot extend to this body, and we don't want to also put it here so it can be called anytime that we're executing middleware, even though there is no exception. We want to skip that, so we need to duplicate it, or you can create a simple function down here to handle that. Now this logger, we can just go in and pass this on. So we say ex, and there is unknown exception. You know, it's not good to return the service, the exception itself here, but for a development stage, you want to return this exception as well. Okay, in production, this should be taken up and log it to the file or anywhere, and that is all. So now let's try this, and let me just put the console. I think we have an issue here. Let's check this out first. And what is the issue? So to field log lists, you're not having anything as well. Let's review this project. We have 4 succeeded. Let's try it again. So I have the console. I think it's ready now. Check it out. So that is a console, and you can see that from here we have an where is it? Yeah, application building, application writing, and now you can see we have now a lesson on the host. We have this now, application started, right? Now check it from here. We're having some requests started, request finishing, and etc. So these are the starting ones, and as soon as they are done, we get the log in here. So you can see that we have integrated login. Now let's go and perform a task and see whether this is going to happen. And also when you check our solution in the program, in the host, we must see a folder known as log, and you can see we have it here. If I click on this file must be open. Oh, it is not opening yet because the app is running, but let's perform an operation here and check it out. So let's do same. We know we're going to have an issue, isn't it? So you're going to log this exception in there. Now you can see from here, we are calling this API product add. We are posting it, so that is a local host 725, and now we are, you can see we are adding. This is a controller product, and the action is add. Are you seeing this? Now this is going to get executed. So let's see. Now there's an issue. Oh, check it out. Now from here, that's where the issue popped up. Let's restart because we want to see where the error is, and hopefully you can see we have this information. We are not actually concerned or much concerned with the information. We want to talk about the exception. You can see we have an SQL exception, and remember this one was customized text. We did that, you and I. Check here. Your middleware SQL exception. So it means we are having 547 foreign key constraint violation. Let's see whether you can find that. So SQL exception, that's great. And the insert statement conflicted foreign key constraint. The statement has been terminated. So you can see that we have the exception down here, right? And that's amazing. So if you want to trace it, we have it here that I can just use a stack trace and etc. And now this where the response, it took this time, and it was 409 conflicted. Watch here, 409 conflicted. So you can see we are having everything, every information which is necessary for us to read what is going on in your system using this log. Okay, so if I close this, let's try to access the file to and see same. Oh, yeah, now we have it. So there is a file. So this is going to have every day, every minute, second, millisecond. Yeah, because there's no nanoseconds here. So you have a millisecond, you have a second, minute, and hour, right? So every millisecond, you can, as soon as you make a call, you're going to have it here. App is building, app is running. Oh yeah, they're doing the magic. This is the first one. Second one starting from here. Then you see we make a call. It's the same thing as we saw in there. That is a product. Where is it? an exception, saving this foreign key constraint. You have it in here. We made a call to this product controller add product, and that is the SQL query. Do you have an exception? You can see from here we have the gotcha. That is the time it took. We have the same response status. Oh yeah, so we are done integrating our login. Now let's go and see how we can also add CORS. CORS stands for cross-origin resource sharing. Cross-origin resource sharing, which allows the server to share its resources with clients. For now, we are not having client, but in case in the future, if you want to have clients communicate with this, then CORS is very important. We don't want to get in there before we come back and integrate this CORS. So we need to make it over here. I want to make sure that it's complete and it works. Now, since we do not know the client who is going to consume this, we can actually put in any client at all. And later on, when we add client, we get a port, or we can even configure the port that we have set up here to the client. Anyone is going to work. So how do we do that? You can quickly do it in the program.cs file. So let's add this magic. So for now, you can see we are not having any. The port or the address for this server here, it is localhost https. Whoa. Then we have our localhost. The port is 7025. So maybe you want to allow this for now. Maybe we can make it 26. This 26 is going to be for the client. So the server is listening on this port. As soon as this port make a request, it's going to allow. But in case there's nothing like a port, a client with this port, then it's going to reject it. Or we can also remove this. And for now, let's say allow any origin. We can also set this so that this becomes open to everyone. And last one, allow credential, so we can pass in a token which is yet to be created or added. So once you have the default code, we're going to add it. So app.use CORS, and we are good. The next thing that we're going to do here is to add authentication. We want to focus on two roles, administrator and our user. User is a client, and you have an admin is an admin. These are the managers, right? So here, after you are done creating an account, admin can log in and also add other people as admin. You can change a role to an admin, because our system is going to be in such a way that the first person to get into the system becomes an admin. The subsequent registrants becomes what? Users. So if admin wants to change the role, the first thing is that person must be registered as with the role of user. Then admin can now change the role to admin. I believe it's making sense, right? There are many use cases that you can use this. You can just go ahead and maybe provide admin can add a user straight and now select role. It's also possible you can also do that. But with this, since the system is going to be open for general public and everybody can have access to it, hopefully before you make a payment you need to register. So within that, I think the registration must be open for even an external out there, not even for only admin, but for people who want to also buy things in our system. So let's do this. The first thing that we need to do here is to install our packages. Now we're going to be using Identity Manager, so it means we need to install, and we're also going to extend the Identity User class and maybe add full name to it to support full name. So we can do that in the domain. I'm going to unload that. And I believe as soon as I unload it, you know what I'm going to do, isn't it? Yes, I'm going to add package in there. So it tells you that you're going to install this package, Microsoft.extensions.identity.stores. Install this so we can extend the app user. Okay. Now what do you do again? Restore with dependencies, because now we have an item group added and the package reference, so we want to make sure we include that. The next thing to do is let's go to the infrastructure and also do same in there. But while you can also install them, I believe you like that. You want to install them, you want to use this, anyone is cool. So I'll just right click and also I'll unload project again. Never mind, I'm going to unload this project a couple of times, so don't worry, it is safe. Let's add our JWT authentication in it. That is the first thing to talk about, which gives you access to JWT service. Aside from this, we're going to be using some service in it, and we need an abstraction. Although we're not having this abstraction here, we have an abstraction. We need our identity framework call, so let's also grab it. So these are going to be used for authentication. That's the reason why I am separating them, as you can see from here. Aside from that, we need identity UI, so we can specify our sign-in and also our email confirmation. Hopefully later we're going to integrate email confirmation. And also we need to have our Microsoft MVC.call. Maybe we want to add prompt details. Well, we can skip that for now because this also works. If we want to get to a time where we're going to integrate in the client, we have to make sure it syncs with the server. Well, it will. Yeah, it will. Then we have configuration.abstraction because we're going to be using iConfig. So hopefully let's use that. And that is all. So these are the packages that you need. So 4 packages. Pause the video, get them installed one after the another. Are you done? Let's reload it as usual. Oh yeah. You get mine? Let's go and check dependencies, packages. I'm waiting to see this off. So for now I have 3 issues here. Well, are they going? Yeah, they are gone. It means they are good. Okay, let's go and add our service. So we're going to add our default identity, and now within that we need an app user. So this tells us that we need to create an app user here. Now I'm giving the name an app user. It could be application user, it could be context user, whatever it is. You can give it any meaningful name. This should be done in the domain. Where is it? Entity. I have my entities here. I have my applications. I can add another one. Maybe with this I can add a folder. I want to organize this. I say identity. Then I'm going to say this is app user. This should be public as usual. And I want to have just only one property attached to this, which is string. And I'm going to say this is full name. Maybe if this is the first time of you watching this, because normally my videos, I want to also include newbies, those who are watching this video for the first time, who have no knowledge in .NET. Now, as soon as you want to use an identity manager, it has an inbuilt properties attached to an identity user. So if I click on this identity user, this class has properties such as username, email, big definition, and now testify yourself. It's not here, rather this. So you can see it has an ID. Aside from that, it has username, it has email, it has password. You see? So all phone number, so all these properties are there. They are there except full name. That is the reason why I am adding full name here, because I want to take in the full name so that if clients log in, I did not to display, hey, your email, welcome. I want to grab, hey, Netcode, welcome. Hey, your name, welcome, right? So that's the reason why I am adding this. We can decide to skip it if you hate it. But I believe you love that. Okay, so now that we have the full name, let's go to our program and I'll do the magic. Data service container and that program. So it is going to be services.add default identity, takes in an app user class that we created. So here you want to only require confirmed email. If you want to confirm an email, that is over here. If you want to confirm, phone number 2 is here. That's so you can generate. You can connect this to the OTP service so they can send a code to the phone. SMS, you can retrieve it. But here you want to use email. So as soon as you provide the email, you want to send a message to the email. Then quickly want to grab it from there. So we say sign-in.required confirmed email service is true. Aside from that, you want to make it in a form of a token that you can go in there, grab it and paste it. It is much more easier for client to use that than giving them a link to click. So normally I want to use token base. Now the token base, you can configure that from options.token base. You get it? Dot email confirmation token provider. Then we say this is token options. You see that token? Oh, I'm not getting mine. Do you have yours? Yes, I have it here. Token options. So yes, dot default. You have a lot. This is default email provider. Then let's have an options dot password dot required. Now for password required to get set to true. You want to have it at least 8. Option.password dot required alphanumeric special characters through options dot password dot required length. Length should be minimum is 8. I think it's 6 default. Options dot password, you want to require uppercase. Oh yes, it's quite important. You want to make sure our password is secure, authentic. Nobody can just guess it anyhow, not even brute force. So we say options.password.required. Now we have lowercase, it means we have to go in for an uppercase. Set this to true. And again, we are not done yet. Option.password. Do you have any other? That is all. So we see we have a lowercase, uppercase, digit, uppercase. Oh, no. We have a lowercase, uppercase, lowercase, length, numeric alphabet, and numeric. Then we have required digit. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's great. So you can see we are done here. We can get rid because we don't have any. Okay, so required unique characters. We forgot that. Let's set this to that's a special characters. Although we're going to enforce this, okay? So you can see from here now this is integer. So how many unique characters do you want to enforce? Now let's check it out. So you can see get or set the minimum number of unique characters which password must contain. Default is set to 1. So default is 1. So if you do not even provide this, default is 1. But guess what? You want to still maintain a 1. Okay, let's bring it in there so that we can be sure that, oh well, I am implementing this rather than relying on default. because it could get you a problem one day. Also, so let's save this. Now the next thing I'm going to do here is also quite simple. Let's add the row, because we're going to be adding rows. I'm talking about user and manager. So here we're going to say dot add rows, and here it is not row manager, rather row, and here we are not extending the row identity. Okay, we want to also maintain that, so we're going to use identity row just like that, the default one. Then let's add entity framework, whereby we need to pass in our app.db context, because it needs that to work. And as soon as you do this, it is not like you're done. You're not done. We need to go to our settings and do something in there. Do some magic. But for now, we're gonna maintain that. Later on, we're gonna do that. Now that we are done here, let's add our JWT. So services dot add authentication. Now I hate typing this multiple times. This is what I'm gonna do. And change it to default scheme. But it's the same. Change it to default challenge scheme. Oh, copy and paste at times is sweet. Nice to do it. Let's add the bot itself. Alright, so we have this configured. Now you can see from here, we want to save the token, also specify these parameters when generating the token, and also when validating this token. We want to validate the audience and the issuer. The issuer, it is the server itself. The audience is whom the token is meant for. It is not the client, it is the same server because it's going to validate it. We have validate lifetime, set it true so we can see whether the token has expired or not. We also have required expiration time, we set it through, and validate issuer signing key. So the special key that you're going to use, you want to make sure it is included in the token. And also you want to get the valid issuer. Here we're going to find it from the app settings. So a session as a JWT and a subsession as an issuer. Same thing applies to this. We want to grab our issuer signing key, and then we get that key from here. Okay, we set our clause queue so that the time between the server and the client, it's same. We don't want to increase it. We don't want to put an extra. Or even if they're not the same, we want to make sure we have set the same limit. Okay, so we have our configured, our JWT configuration service configured nicely. So the next to do here is we need to go in and start implementing our interface and repos. Let's go to solution application and create our repos in our interfaces. So in the application, we have our interfaces in here. We have this is an application, or that should be in the domain. We have an interface, create. Now this interface, we have an generic. So we're going to add maybe an authentication folder and add all in there. You can make it authentication or identity. Okay, so let's have three interfaces here. First one is going to need an IRO manager, iToken manager, and our user manager. We group them so we can have each work. User manager focuses on creating a user, finding user, all about user. Token is all about token. Row is all about user row. Okay. We don't want to say manager because you have manager already in there, original one. So we don't want to have any type of it. We want to say management. Let's twist a little bit. Management. Let's make this as public. Let's duplicate this. And we're not saying iRow, iUser, token. Now for this, there's going to be a task. It's going to return string. String could be null. So you say get user row. All that you need to do here is to pass in the user email address. We need one more, which is task, could be boolean, and that is add user to row. So this needs an app user, and now the row name. Now we're done with that. Let's go to the user management. Now with the user management, we want to have a task which returns a boolean, and in here we're going to say create user. You can add the async because I know I hate adding async all the time. So it takes an app user, then we have another task of boolean, and it's not an app, it's login user, which takes in same app user and our user. We also have another one, it's the same task, which is app user, and this could be null. And now here we're going to say that get user by email. So we're going to have string, email. Then we have another one, task, same app user. And on this app user, this should not be null. The first one can be null, but the second one cannot be null, depending on the context that we're using it. We're going to make sure that before we call the second one, user is already existing. Okay, so that is a get user by ID. So ID, and that's going to return user. So from that, you want to have an I enumerable. Now this enumerable is going to be app user. This could also be null. This null should come here. Get all users. Then we have task, which returns integer. Remove user by email. Let's pass in our email nicely. Then last one, we want to grab a list of claim from the specific user. This, and we say get user claims. Pass in only the email. That is what we need. So these are the interfaces that we need. Sounds many, too long, many, or what do you think about this? Short interfaces. Then let's go to the token. This is about token management. So if I say token management, I do you get it? Now let's have our, it's going to just return get refresh token, because your token expired, you want to get a new token. And we're going to have, they're going to return list of same claim. And now with this claim, it is get user claims. Now this get user claims, we want to get it from not the database or the user manager, rather from token. So you have two things. Make sure you do not confuse yourself with it. This is getting the claims from the token, and the one is getting the token, the claims from the DB. Okay. The next one is, let's have our task. This is going to return true. I'm going to say validate refresh token, and now let's pass the refresh token. The next one is returns an integer. I think this should be string instead. Then get user ID by refresh token. So you want to extract an ID from the refresh token that is coming in. But that means you're going to save the refresh token. So we're going to save it in conjunction with the user's ID. So when you have the token, refresh token, we can just go to the DB and then grab the ID. That is what this method is going to do. And also you want to add refresh token. And now this needs two things. User ID, now refresh token. I believe this interface has made you understand this one, right? We're going to save it. So we're going to have user ID, and now you want to get user ID by the token that we're going to provide. And let's have two more. You want to have an update. You know, we want to follow the solid principle, a single responsibility for each function. So we don't want to make two or more. If not, you can combine some of them to make it 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, we don't want to do that. We don't want to violate that rule. So this principle says that each function must have only one reason to change. Okay, so it should have a single responsibility. So let's follow that. That's a good way of programming. So this is an update. We're going to update that. I'll tell you the reason why when you get there. So don't worry if you don't understand this. Don't worry, you understand it soon. But I believe this is a simple thing for you to understand. And I believe you know it already. Now the last one here is, let's generate the main thing here. Generate the token. And now this token, we pass in list of claim, which is going to come from the user management. We have claims. These are our interfaces that we need. We can separate them into a separate file. Okay, let's go do the implementation. So with this, we need a user manager to inject it. And also this should have the iRow management as an interface. And that is where we need to implement our two interfaces, add user to row and now get user row. That is all this is going to do. So we can say that results, we're going to return just Boolean. So we can use this lambda expression It's difficult to debug with this, but if you have a simple method that you know that for sure is going to work, then lambda is good. You want to return this await user manager dot add row async, and now with this you want to provide this user and add the row name. This should return succeed, right? So maybe let's see if we can get the succeed from here. This succeed is a boolean tax, could be true, could be false if this is performed successfully. So you want to return that. Also, let's get user. So we can grab the user first. So find by email. Let's specify the email. When we get it, we want to return. Should be an await. Then we have our user manager dot get rows. Now you know with get rows returns a list, but we're having a single row for this user, right? So you want to say that this row you want to grab that first or default. Let's make this nullable, although this won't be null, but well, let's make it nullable. We are done implementing this. Let's go to the other one, so we can put it here, so we can put it in the file. Let's say this is class I user management. No, this is not I user management. This is rather user management, and it inherits from I user management, right? Let's implement the interfaces here. So with this, we need to inject our row manager that we just created, so it's going to depend on that. So I row manager row management, and aside from that, we need our user manager app user manager. Then we need our app db context, then db context. Let's say this is context. So we need 3 dependencies. Okay, so once we have this, let's go ahead and first create a user. You have the user already, so you're going to say that this user is equal to await get user by email. But we're not having this get user by email, so it tells you that we need to create that first, because you want to extract a common class here, and we even have a method that is get user by email. So we can go ahead, send is going to return null. It tells you that yeah, this could be null. It could be that user is not found or not found. So user manager dot find user by email, and that is what this method is going to do, the email. Now same thing applies to the ID. So now let's go and grab this. So it is saying that here could be null, although it won't be null, because from where we're going to use it, it won't be null. But what it is saying that we should make it null. So in order to get rid of that, we can say this is user and then return user together with that sign. Okay, so let's say await get user by email, user.email. Now we're getting the user. So we're going to say that if user is not equal to null, if user is not equal to null, the reason is we are going to create, so we don't want to create a user once it exists. Duplicate. Oh, it's wrong, it's bad. Just return. This is going to be a boolean, so here it is false. Else we want to create this, so we say that this is the result that we are having. Now with this result we want to create it, so maybe we can just, this could be in just a single line. We can say that return await, but this should be in bracket. So return await user manager dot create async, passing this user and also the password. The password. And now here it's going to create it. So dot succeed. You want to return this. I'll be saying this should be null, but well, this won't be null. Okay, now it is leaving us an issue. Use explicit val. Well, it's also fine. Or use local one. So that is get. We have get all users. So with get all users, what can we do from here? We can just go ahead and return the whole user, the list. So let's also use lambda to handle. We don't want to use user manager because you cannot get a list from there. We can use context dot users. You have the user soon, don't worry. Dot toList async, and here this you use entity framework call. EF core app db context. Okay, you come back and rectify that, never mind. So we have the users got. We haven't used row management, right? We will use that, don't worry. Now get user by ID. So this get user by ID, what can we do? We want to, okay, we have it already. Get user claim, that is what I'm talking about. So get user claims, we are going to return a list of claims. So here we take in the email, and now with this email we're going to say that var user, this user is equal to await. Let's call this internal method to get user by email, this email. So once we have this, we can check for the row. Okay, then we're going to say that await row management dot get user row. Now with this get user row, all that we're going to do here is we're going to pass in this user dot email, because we need user email to get row. After we have this row, we want to create it because we have everything. So let's start doing some magics. So we're going to say that list of claims, you say claims is equal to, so instead of having new, you want to use this array, and in that let's have new claim. First one is full name. Do you remember? Now with this full name, it is coming from user.full name. Aside from that, we have another one, new claim. And now with this claim, we're having claim types dot name identifier that is the ID. So it is user dot ID. We have another one, new claim types dot email, and here we're going to say that user dot email, and lastly let's have the row. So that is a row name that we have. Okay, so once we have this, we can go ahead and return. Okay, so we have a method all implemented, isn't it? Oh, great. Okay, so we have our last method. Okay, so we did not use. Alright, so we have login, we have remove user. We forgot that, and that is coming from user management. Oh, okay. It means we need to work on that. Okay, so let's go to the login. Let's get user. So here is what you're doing. You want to first, before user logs in, you want to grab the user email, check whether it's in the system. Then in case the password or the username is there, you want to check the password, isn't it? But first you want to check if a user has a row. The user has a row, so we don't want an user to log in without having a row. So here this is like a validation that we're doing. We can do this in the application or we can do it here, but this is the stages that we go through for a user to get login. You first get the user by ID, you check the user row, and then you check the password. So it's all about check, right? So 3 checks get you in. So we also check in the password. We pass in the user. Now when it comes here, because you're going to find the user here, so we can use this user or that. And we need to provide the current password the user is passing on, so we can check if it corresponds or it syncs with what we have already. And it's going to return true or false. Check it up. So we're going to return the answer here. Now in case I want to remove user, I have to go through it, make a search from the user, and I'll get it off. So let's first get user. And this method is also to remove it. Now this method returns save async changes, returns an ID, returns a tax, a result of integer. So we can also return to see if user remover worked. Now let's implement the last one, and that will be have the user management, that is a token management. So let's have our method down here. So what we're going to do next here is implement our token manager. So we need to create a model which will be used to save it, which contains three properties, maybe GUID as an ID, user ID, and the token, refresh token itself. So go to the domain, and in identity, let's add a class in there. So add a class known as refresh token, and we have the ID, the username, and the token. Now in there, let's go to the app.db context and register this or create a DB set for it, which is going to be a table to store that. Now that we are done, we come to our refresh token, and in here, let's go and add this. So we're going to say that context, we need to ingest DB context. And also we're going to need an I configuration, which is coming from say config. So context.refresh token, we should have it here. So after that, we're going to return this is going to return integer if it's access. We're going to have it. If it is not, we're going to also have that. Now let's go to generate token. So in generate token, let's see what we can do. Let's first get our key from the app settings. So new symmetrical. What we did symmetric security key. What we did in the registration, we're going to do same here. We're going to say encoding encoding.utf8. Now with the encoding, it should come from system.test. .utf8 .get bytes, and on here with this get byte we have our config, then this is JWT and the key. So you can also use I options to handle this. We are not doing that today. Okay, now so this is our key. We have our key stored. Let's create our credential. So credential is got to new sign in credential. We specify our key. Then we specify the security algorithms HMAC 256. Then let's go and set expiration to our token. Daytime dot UTC now dot add hours, and you want to make it 2 hours. Now that we have all this, let's go and create our token. So you're going to say that the token that we have is equal to new JWT security token. In that we need to specify issuer, and issuer is going to be config, then JWT issuer. Aside from that, we can have audience, it is the same config, and here you're going to have JWT audience. Let's have our claims. So we have our claims, and claims here, since we have it already, we're going to provide a claims in it. Then we have expiration, we set that to, that is expired. We set this to expiration that we have created, and then lastly sign in credential, we set this to the credential that we have created. Okay, now let's return new JWT security token handler, new generated security token handler dot write token. So write token, pass in the token that we have created to return a token in the form of string. Yes, so we have a token created. So this is the method to return token. Okay, now let's create the next method is what? Refresh token. So let's just return 64 bytes of random generator string, which return to be 64 string. So let's have a constant, and this constant we're gonna have a byte that you want to create byte size. You can increase this from 32, 64, then you're gonna have a byte, then have random bytes is equal to new byte. Then with this byte, pass in this byte size. So now you have a 64 byte. Then let's use random number generator to get that. So using random number generator is equal to random number generator dot create. Then in that we want to add number generator dot get bytes. Let's pass in a random byte. Okay, now we have, so let's convert it to base 64 string. So return convert dot to base 64 string. We need a string, pass in this random number byte, pass in this. So with get user ID from token, we can get it from the database, and straight you can see from here we want to access the refresh token, and I'm passing the user ID and I return it. That is what we are doing here. Okay, we should use an EF call. The next one to do here is we want to update. In case I want to update this, then we want to populate this. We can get the user details from here. Could we create an instance of this refresh token? And now with this refresh token model that we created, it is coming from domain.entities. Then we can have refresh token. So dot identity, that is where this is coming from. So maybe we can remove all this and I include it as a reference, which is already done. And in that we're having the user ID already. So here we have an email, so it means we have to get. Now this is an update. I think this is a pasting the wrong choice. That is why at times copy and paste can give you an issue. It should be an update refresh token. So with this update, we have a user ID. We have a refresh token already in here. We create a model out of it. Then we get from database. And maybe this is what we can do. In case you can get it from the database from here, get the user first. Maybe since you're doing an update, I think we can even get rid of this model. We don't want to update the model straight, we want to just update the property in the model. So we're going to set here as an async, and then we get from database where we have the token. When we return it, when we get it, set the token to this refresh token, the current one, and now save changes. Now let's go and add. So in add, that is where we need to provide the model. And now we save changes. So add. Now this is update. So aside from update, we have add refresh token. Where there's an add. So we are adding it already. And we have it. So you can see we are adding and now we are updating. Now we have get user claims from token. So the token that is going to come in here, that is where we need to get the user claims from. And I believe here this one should be token, not email. I think we need to correct this, because if we want to grab the claims here from the token, and in order for us to do it, we need to get the GWT security token handler. We need to read tokens, and in that we can extract the claims from it. We commit it to a list and I return, else we want to return null. Okay, that's an empty array. So it means that we need to change here get user claims from token. We need to change this token manager. So get user claims from token. This should be the token, not an email. Okay. And the last method that we have is to validate the refresh token. We want to check, make sure that the refresh token does exist in the database, and then that we can use a simple search to get it. So because you're using first or default, and in that we are checking in case it is found, we're going to return if user is not now, so return a boolean true or false in case user is found. Okay. And we have this also implemented. So the next thing to do here is we're going to orchestrate all these interfaces through the service. And let's see how we're going to go about that. So first, make sure you build this. And also, we need to change from our DB set. Instead of the identity DB context, we can use, maybe for you to get it well, this is the normal stuff, and here we create constructor to inject this. So we create constructor, and in here instead of this, we're going to be using identity DB. So identity DB context, and in that we need to specify our app user. This should come from the namespace of using identity EF core. Okay, so we can also go ahead and implement the primary constructor control period, and you can see that we have implement primary constructor, giving it the same way. But well, I really like using the old one because it's clear and understandable. All right, so now that we have this, we need to register our service in the program.cs file. So go to the service container, go to your service container, and in there we need to register all these services. So services.add scope, then we're going to create this 3 times. So we need our user management. So this is user management. Then let's include, we need same for iToken management, token management. The last one, okay, so we can go to our extract all this to separate files, token. So when we check authentication, we have that is a row, token, and our user manager. But that's the management. Okay. So let's go ahead and create our service. So let's go to application. In the interface, I'm going to create a service. So maybe I can add authentication, or I could be a service for that. Now in this interface, we need 3 interfaces: create user, login user, and a revive token. And that's going to be for refresh token. When token expires, you want to revive it, you want to keep it alive. So we need to make sure we get a refresh token. This call will be made by the UI, the client. So but for now, you have to implement it so we can allow the client to do it. Now we need a login response. So let's see from here, we need to also create user DTO and also login user. And then we have a login response. Do we have login response here? No, we don't. Now, the difference between create user response and login response. You know, with the service response that we created previously, it has two properties. It's a record. And these properties are this flag, success, and also a message. But the login response, it goes beyond this. You can see we are going to have a refresh token and our token. Maybe we're going to have a message aside and our state. So we need to create that response. So let's grab that. And in the DTOs, we have a response. We can also add, well, we can also add this here. So this is a class and like login response. Now in this login response, maybe we can have, we can also make it a record, isn't it? Yeah, so we can make it record. Then within that record, we can specify some properties that we do need, such as maybe message token and a refresh token. Let's get this done. So let me just make this as public. And here we are having success, message token, and a refresh token. So that is our login response. You can see here, you're going to return 4 properties. Each going to have a value. But you can see we have a default value set to each. So we can decide to skip some of them and pass value to specific ones. Now we need to create a user account. Now, you know, when you go to the app user, when you go to our interface, app user has email, username, full name, phone number, and etc. But you want to focus on maybe full name, email, password. Okay, for now. This is what we need in this e-commerce project. So let's copy this. Let's go to our DTOs. Now DTOs, I'm going to add a folder here, and this is going to be identity. It could be authentication, it could be identity, it could be anything at all. Now in here, let's add a class. And this class, you're going to name it as create user. Now with this create user, what are some of the properties as mentioned earlier do we need? Since we're going to have a base class, because login and also create, you're going to have possess some of the same properties. So I suggest we put, let's say this is a class, and I say this is base model. Now with this base model, let's have full name and maybe email address. I think so, isn't it? So let's have email, and we have string, that is password. Okay, so maybe we can use the required keyword to make sure that this is required. Okay, we have this base address set. Now aside from that, we can also specify, we have a create user. So let's implement inheritance. So let's have a base model. Now this model has email and password. Now for create, we want to make it required string, and let's say this is confirm. Oh, I want to say confirm email. Confirm password. We have email and confirm password, and here we're gonna have full name as well. So it's a string, and let's say pass in your full name. Make this as required. Okay, let's create our login. So for our login, it's going to be public class, that is login user, and now this inheriting from the same base model, and that is all. Because here we need email and password. That is what we need for the login, email and password only. When it comes to create user, we need email, password, full name, and confirm password. So we got them. Okay, let's extract this into separate classes. So move this and move this as well. Great. Oh, are you there? It's still there. Let's see. Let's print again. Go. Yes, it's gone now. So when you check your identity, you can see we have all these 3. And when you go to the in services, it means we need to make reference and use them here. Great. Let's create our service, our implementation for that. So in here we go to and add, and also add authentication. Then let's add class for that. Now with the authentication service that we have, there's going to be public as usual, and at the end, this should inherit our authentication service. And with this, we need to include the reference and implement all the interfaces. Okay, so we have create login and a revive token. Let's get this straight. So we need to inject our authentication service, authentication, and here it is not just authentication. Oh, it is token management. We say token management. We have user management. We say user management. We say row management. We say row management. So we have this injected nicely. And maybe we can log message here. So let's have app logger. And here it's going to be authentication service. And we say logger. Before we can proceed working on this, we need to validate the model. So I prefer, in the previous one, we use a default as a Microsoft default validation model that is using the attribute required, denied, and a lot, email address, and etc. But let's also use another way of validating so that you know the two way. You can choose any of them. Okay. Now let's use Fluent validation to validate the specific models. So we need to install the package. So let's do that. And also, it's not only Fluent validation, we're also going to introduce mapping. So we're going to also map models. We cannot do that manually. Although it's not a big project that we do not have large properties of models, but just few. But still, it's good to use AutoMapper to just get that, to tidy up your system. Okay, instead of you writing a lot of code to do that, you can use the AutoMapper, just one line, you can map it and straightforward. That's amazing. So I suggest to you that you use it often, even in some applications. Okay. So as usual, I'll have to unload my project. So let me save everything. So I'm not saying you to unload yours, but if you want to unload it, fine. But you can just go in there and install. You see, we have AutoMapper here already. So we are going to install this Fluent. So these two packages, Fluent validation and validation.esp.NET Core. Install these packages. Let's go and reload project with dependencies. Okay, so we have them. So we see in the previous video, we're able to map it. We use the AutoMapper as well. And today, we're going to also use the same AutoMapper. So it tells you that after we have done this in authentication service, we cannot skip AutoMapper. We need it. So mapper, and we say this is mapper. Okay. Aside from that, once we have this package installed, we need to create our validation to handle this. How do we do it? Let's create a folder and name it as validations. Now on these validations, what else can we do here? Let's go in for organization. So I'm going to say what I'm going to do here is about authentication. And yes, of course it is. So under that, we need to create a model, create user validation, and also login user validation. So create user validator. And also, aside from having this validator, we're also going to make a copy of this and create login user. So all that I'm going to do here is to change it to login. It should be public, and I believe you know this. Let's copy this. You can paste it up here. Amazing. Let's remove unnecessary seasons. Streamline that. Okay. Now in this create validator, what else can we do? This needs to inherit from an abstractor. That's an abstract validator of create user. So this is a model, and we should inherit from that. So that's an abstract validator. This one passing the model. Very nice. Now you're going to do the same to this. And now the model here is what? Login user. Let's create a constructor for this. CTOR, create a constructor. We're doing it together. CTOR, constructor. Now for the validator for create user, we want to specify this. Remember that the validation should match with what we did. Now when you go to the program, or the program solution, go to your service container. In your service container, where is it? In your service or in my service container, you can see that we said in identity we want to follow this. So it means our validation should also match with this synchronization. So once you have this in mind, let's create a validation. Now you can see from here we are having full name, we are having it as not empty. With message, I have what is prepared beforehand, so you need to type them again. If not, time consuming is a factor. So pause the video and I'll do it small to get it. Okay. Okay, so you have not empty, it shouldn't be empty. In case it is, then you know what's going to happen. The same thing applies to email, and here we are adding the email here to make sure it has @ symbol in it to check the format. And also when it comes to the password, here matters most. You can see it's not empty, and also the minimum should be 8, and it should include alphabet capitals, alphabet lower, alphabet. It should have at least a number in it, and also a special character. Yes. And lastly, this password should be confirmed or should sync with this password. That's a confirmed password. Let's go and create one for the user. We can even tap some from here and I'll paste it in there. For user, it's quite simple. Once you have a constructor created, we need only 2. We don't want to enforce this password validation, because if we do that, then if it's an anonymous person, a hacker, then the hacker might know the pattern of the password. Okay, we don't want all that. We're going to do here is password is required. We provide wrong password, we say that invalid credential, and that is all. So never do this again in here. Don't expose yourself. Do not expose your system. Make it in this way. When you're creating a user account, that is where you need this. But when logging in, hey, never do that. Well, we can check for valid email address, but for password, all that you need here is password is required, and that is all. So once you have this, we can save this peacefully. Let's abstract this to class. So we have 2 validation classes, login and create user. So once you have this, what else can we do? The next thing to do here is to enforce this validation. We need to register this first in a program.cs file, not the program service container. So once you have it in here, validation is happening in the application. So it means we need to go in for the service container in that. And that is where we need to add our service. So in here, we're going to add fluent validation, and that's an auto validation. And also we're going to add this. We are getting only one. You can see we have 2 created, create user and login user. But here, watch here, it is saying that add validators from assembly containing this. So as soon as you get this, the assembly that this contains, that is where we have all the validations, isn't it? In case you have the validations in different assembly, that is where you need to also register that. But since we have all of them in one assembly, this is going to make it work. It's going to get all. Okay. Now, what else can we do again? Let's go to our authentication service. And here we need to validate this. So in this service, let's add validation service. Maybe we have the validator for create user and also login user. So we need to also add that. We can talk about validator. Do you see yours? Oh, I'm not seeing mine. Yes, that is this one, validator. And here we need a create user. That is our model. And in that we say this is create user validator. And also we have iValidator login user, and we say login user validator. So we have also this included, right? Amazing. But the reason why we're going to do here is the next thing to do is which one? Here, don't worry, when we get there I'll tell you the next thing to do. So in the create user, first of all, let's handle validation. So we can say that var validation here is equal to, we're going to have await create user create validator dot validate. So validate, we need to pass in this user. Okay, now here create user validation, we pass in this user because it needs create user. But it is not all. After we have this, this should be an validate async, because since you have an await, it should be validate async. Now this is going to return a result. It could be success or it could not be successful. So let's have if this validation result not now dot success. So we want to check is validation, that is this one, dot is valid, dot is valid. So you want to negate it and make sure if it isn't, then what are we going to do? Then we need to extract the errors and our return. So in that we need to grab errors is equal to this validation result that we have in here, that is this validation. So then we can have errors dot select. You see, so select this, you need to pass in e dot error message, and we want to convert them to a list. You see, so the same thing applies to when you go to a login. We're going to have the same thing. So here we can create a simple class to handle that. You see, we don't want to repeat it. You want to follow dry. Do not repeat yourself. If it is possible, do not repeat yourself. So let's scrap all this. Don't worry. We're scrapping this. And we're going to create an interface for that. It's the same validation. So in the validation class that we created, this can be used for all validation that you're going to work on. Validation authentication. And in here, this won't be only for authentication, rather. So let's put it in the base folder. And I'm going to say this is iValidation service. Now with this iValidation service, what can we do here? We can have a single method which is going to be generic, and this is going to return service response. Okay, service response has property of success and a message. Let's clear this, let's streamline this. Then you know that this is public, and you also know that this is what? Interface. Now let's create implementation for that. So we have our public, and that is our class, and we say this is validation service, which inherit from iValidation service, which takes in T. And as soon as it takes in T, it tells you that this also will take in T. Let's implement the interface. So control period. Let's see if you're gonna have access to iValidation service. Is it the same? Yes, it's the same. All right. So okay. So there's no T here. So why? Oh, I thought it's here. All right. So let's implement this. And now we have this. So here, what can we do? So what we were doing that we scrapped off, let's go and bring it back. So I have it at hand. Let me just get it here. Oh, I have to make a duplicate. That actually, that is one of the ways issues that you face. If you like, copy. Okay, so I have it in here. You can see that we have the method implemented, and that is a class which inherits from the interface, this interface. And in there, we are saying that validate this result. This model is T model. It means it's generic. Then we want to check if it is not valid, then get a response, and now join them, retain the form of an array. So here we're going to use this. So in a client, if you want to access and display them one after the another, it means you need to split it using this and convert them into lists so we can have a separate validation errors. Then we're going to return. But in case everything works, then why don't you just return only success? You can actually pass the message so they can use that in your service. But well, I don't think it's necessary. So let's put this in another class or another file. Now we have it. So it means that once you're done with this, we cannot skip registering. We need to go in there and register that. So services.add scope. We say this is validation service, and we have validation service. You see, validation is spelled wrongly. I think you can make that change. Let's go back to the service and let's inject that. So validation service. Do I have the correct one here? I don't. It means I have to go back. Okay, so we have all the tools that we need, the apparatus that we need. We have everything. Now we can go ahead and execute or perform our operations. Okay, so in this, what is the first thing that we need to do? I told you earlier that we need to validate this user, right? So under validation, this is what we can do. Let's grab and say that here validation results equal to validation service that we have validated passing this user model and under validation itself. That is this the instance of the validator that we created for create user. Now in case it is not successful, it's going to return what here? This returns service response and this returns service response. So we can return it straight away. But in case it is, then what else can we do? It means this is false. No, this is true. Success is true. Then what else can we do? We're going there to map our model. So let's go and map it. Now in order of mapping, we are mapping our app user to a create user. No, mapping create user to app user. Yeah, vice versa. Now app user has a lot of properties in it, while create user has few properties. Now it's going to match the equal property names, and now the other one that they do not have the name appeared in the other model is going to skip that. So example is password hash is not found in the create user. So it means you have to map it ourselves after it has finished with the email and maybe the password. So we do the email and we add the username because you don't have username property in the create user. So we have to do it ourselves and map it in here. After we are done mapping, what else can we do? We need to go ahead and execute our create action. Now in order to do it, then this is what we're going to do. We need to call our user manager. So first of all, we're going to create a user first. So watch here. We're creating the user, create user, we're passing this map model. And in case this is false, you want to return email address might be already in use or unknown error occurred. Because when you check this, it returns two states. It could be false for the first time, that is the user exists, or when creating the user, there could be an issue which is going to return false. So in this case, we are adding these two issues together, and I'm saying the email might be in use. That is when the email is already in use or unknown error occurred. So we're having that. We don't want to give an explicit information exactly what is going on, because that could lead to some issue. So actually try as much as possible to make your information return to the user very simple, understandable, and user based. Okay, now the next thing I'm going to do here, so you can decide to log in case you have an issue like that. For you can decide to log it, but mostly this is going to work as soon as model is being mapped and everything is set. This should work, but well, who knows? You want to check as well. Now the next thing is, after we have this in success, the next thing we're going to do here is going to assign a role to the user. How do you assign this role? The first person who gets registered should be an admin. The subsequent ones are going to be user. So we need to do that. And in that we have this, the user management there to handle this issue for us. So let's go ahead and I'll do that. So under assigning role, we want to say that user manager.get user by email. The user has been created from here. So as soon as you call this, you're going to get the email. So we don't need to check it. And it's also going to get the list because email has been added, user has been added, so at least you're going to have one. Then we are saying that in case this user count is greater than 1, it means user already exists. It means you're having 2 or more. Then assign this current user as user. But in case it is the first time or is equal to 1, then it means an admin, because our system is made in such a way that the first person who gets registered to the system is an admin. Subsequent ones are user. But well, you can have different scenarios in this, okay? So this is what I'm implementing and for now in our project. You can modify this to suit what you want. Now with this, we can check from this. This is going to return what is going to return true or false. So we can check in case it is false. In case user a row is not able to assign, then you want to roll back because this user has been added. There is no row assigned to. After adding the user, we wanted to assign the row and issue occurred, so we did not able to assign the row. Then we want to roll back. We want to remove that user and make this user not existent in the system. So in that, we're going to check in case this is false. It means row could not be assigned, and we don't want anybody to be in the system whereby row is not assigned. It doesn't have row. No, we don't want to do that. So we're going to remove this user by email, and I'm going to check it up. But in case during removal it gets an error, then you want to log this error. Okay, so maybe user with email failed to be removed as a result of row assigning issue. User could not be assigned row. So we are logging this. Okay, let me put this in a new line so you can see. Maybe this also. Great. So we are having all this, and we're going to return error occurred in creating account. So I think yes, you creating account. So there is going to log it. So in case here, if your developer goes to the login and check, you can see that this user is about to be removed, but there's an issue occurred. It means this user was unable to assign a row, and it has been removed. The row was able to assign, and this user is supposed to be removed, but we couldn't. So we can now go ahead and tackle and fix it and see the reason why the user couldn't be removed. But mostly it's about 1%. It's 1 out of 10. It's 1, but well, it's good that we leave it there. But in case everything works, then who knows? The next thing to do here is we want to return account created. But before account created, okay, after account is created, that is what we need to do. We want to send, so let's verify email. Okay, so the email that person has sent, we want to send a token to the email so that you can verify. And we are not doing this for now. Maybe later on we're going to tackle how to verify the email. Let's keep that. Let's assume for now, as soon as you create an account, you have this created. Now let's go to the login. Now if the user wants to log in, that is where we need to check, authenticate the user, and now generate a token for this user, which includes all the claims that you have assigned, talking about the role, the name, the ID, and the full name, email as well. So in our login user, instead of repeating what we did earlier on, that we scrapped it off and I made the generic one which cater for all, we can also do same in here. But take note, now this method returns login response, not service response. So it means you have to overwrite that and prepare as login response. This should be a nation. So what's here? We validate it. When we have the results, we're going to check return login response. Then we specify only the message session equal to the message that we have. This message could be a list, it could be an array, it could be a list of string which has been joined with semicolon. So in the client, we can split it and I'll get the list. But in case this also works, then we need to also map this. So let's map our model to the app user model, because that is what we need in the implementation. And I'll specify the password hash externally. After we are done with that, we go ahead and I'll execute our function. That's the interface in our repo, and that is login user. If it is false, you want to return invalid credential. You don't want to give exact message by invalid credential, because your login should return true or false. Now in case you are true, you are good, then we want to populate the user claims. So how do you get the claims? You call this user manager service to get us the claims. So you first get the user over there, you're going to get it. Then we get all the claims from the user. We have our claims here. When you have the claims, the next thing to do here is to generate your token. So how do you do it? We have the token management created already. So we call that and I generate token. We pass in the claims. After we're done with that, it also has a refresh token method which also returns the refresh token. We also do that. Now that we have all these tools at hand, we can go ahead and now save the refresh token, and I'll return something else. So here we're going to save it. Now, under saving this refresh token to the table that we created, in order for us to check when user is being calling for refresh token, we add the token to the database in here. Then we return this save token, going to return integer. What's here? So we check if it's less than or equal to 0, it means you couldn't save. There's an issue. Then return this. So although we have the token generated by return, so maybe in advanced scenarios we are not going to generate the token. We're going to return only this one. So it means although you've registered successfully, but when trying to log in, token could not be generated, and therefore you're unable to have the token, so you cannot log in. That's good. You can prevent people from logging into the system. Yes. But in case it is, everything works, then what we want to do here is, so we want to return the next line, the token itself, and a refresh token, and set message as null for default. So in case it works, then return this. You can see you're using this ternary operator, okay, to handle that. All right, so that is all we need to make a user log in and then get a token. Aside from that, if I go in for revive token, that is when a token is being a refresh token is being sent, and the token expires and a refresh token is being sent. How do we activate? How do we get a new one? First of all, we want to validate if the token is real, if the token is not tempered. So you want to check to correspond if we have the same token in our database. So once you get it, once you have it, we're going to, in case it isn't, they're going to say invalid token. But once you have it, then we're going to get the user ID. We can get the same user ID from a method in there. So get user ID from refresh token, we pass the token, and it's going to get a corresponding user ID. Now let's get also the user itself. So once you have the email, the user ID, we can get the user itself from here. So we have the user ID, let's say we have the user, everything is here. We need to get the claims again from this. Now this time around, we can decide to get the claim from the database, okay, from your identity manager. But the token has claims already, so you can also extract that. So with these two ways, choose one. I am going to extract this claim from the token. So to populate everything again, going back and forth in the database, I can just get it. Since I have the token, I can get the user claims. Okay, so here we get this user manager. Oh well, wait. User manager has what? Get user claims, and this claims is getting from not the token, rather the identity manager, because the token is expired, so we could not send the token to the API. We sent only the refresh token. So if I'm getting the claim from the refresh token, it means we cannot get it because it wasn't part of the request that came in. Yeah, that's great. So we need to get from the system itself. All right. After we have the claims, then go in there and now generate token. And when you generate token, do not keep the refresh token. Go and generate another refresh token. So generate another refresh token. And now when you generate another refresh token, make sure you update it. Don't add it again because you have the same user information there already. So go and update it. So we call this method to update the token. And after updating, return a login response, and I return the new token with the refresh token for the user to store and add the token to the header and make another fresh request. That is all that we're doing here. Great. So we are done with the authentication service. Now we're going to register this service. Let's check and see if this service has been registered in our service container. So let's do it here. So services, add scope, authentication service. Let me say this is service. Now let's go ahead and create our controller. We need to create a controller to use the service that we have created. So let's go to our presentation layer. So in here, presentation layer, controller, we can add controller here. The API empty, and let's give it as authentication controller. In that we need only two 3 endpoint, I'm sure 4. So we need 3 endpoint. Let me add one more, and that's going to be refresh token. Now this refresh token, we want to pass in refresh token itself. So here, revive token, and it should be string. This is not post, it should be get. And we need to inject authentication service. So instead of logging in, nope, let's revive token, which takes in refresh token, and now this is going to return results, so you can return bad requests or this. So you can see, instead of using model state node, we are having our own model validation, so we're not using that. And that is all. Let's run this and check it out if everything works. Yeah, so the app is building. Let's wait and see in case there's any issue. Okay, app is running. Oh, there's an issue here. Let's check it out. The course protocol does not allow specifying a wildcard origin credential at the same time. Oh yeah, so let's go and be specific in our origin. So let's say origin. Let's HTTPS localhost 7025. Let's assume this. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so app is building, app is running. Let's wait and see if our swagger is going to work. Oh, you should have an issue here. It is saying that, oh yeah, yes, I've got it. We don't have the key and the service and the app authentication. Oh yeah, but do you have yours? I don't have mine, so that's the reason why I'm getting that error. So quickly, I'll just go to, or let's go to the app settings and add our JWT section. So put in your secret key here. It must be secret to developers only. Yes, so we have 7025 for issuer. Now this is authority, and our home API token is made for to consume. So which is the same API. So this API, that's we're going to have this. Okay, so this is a simple description for you to understand. Yeah, so let's do this again. Alright, so everything running, and I think everything is set and smooth. We might not have any error again. Oh yes, we do. So we don't have it. Now let's say for create, If I decide to click on this without provide the properties, the accurate data, let's see the errors. Oh yes, email is invalid, password must be, and all the rest. You can read it yourself. Now let's provide at least meaningful one. This is well, let's say we have admin1 at admin.com. Then we have admin at 123. Whoa, I think we need to add migration. Yes. Let me just delete the database that we have already. I'm going to start everything afresh. So that is an e-commerce app, this. So I want to close this existing connection. Then let's also remove this. Make sure default project is set to infrastructure. Now let's add migration. Okay, update database. If you not perform this, go to the program and let's disable this again. Okay, so migration is done already. Now let's go back and verify e-commerce app tables. You must have one ASP.NET tables. And we have our refresh token table, product. Oh yeah, we get them. So let's bring it to life. Now let's hit it. So it is ready. Now let's go and create account. Let's say in case we have this, so let's show the username. I have an email as admin@admin. I have password 123. So if I decide to make the password not up to 10, click on execute, and we must have this exception. When you check this, you see we have password must be at least 8 characters long. So let's bring them back, and I'll hit on the enter. Now let's see. Yeah, I could not create because missing type configuration. Oh yeah, we did not configure the mapping. So go to solution, and in our mapping folder, we see we have our mapping config, and here let's map the models. So we say create map, and it is coming from create user, and where is it going? App user. Same applies to login. So create map, it is coming from login user, and it is going to app user. Now let's give it another try. Okay, so create. Let's see if I still have this. Now let's give it a try and check it up. So email address might be already in use. So let's go and check it. ASP.NET users, you can view data, then rows. You can also view data for rows. Okay, so okay, we don't have any row yet. I think we don't have any user, so there's an issue. we have to perform seeding to get our rows as well. Maybe we need to do that because you don't want to create rows. So let's have a default row that's an admin and user. Let's make that happen in the AppDB context. So go to infrastructure and our AppDB context. Let's seed it here. So use our model creating, and here we want to create an identity row, pass in an admin, and now pass in what? A user row. It's after that we need to also do another migration. But let's go and check the reason why it is giving us user already exists whilst user doesn't exist. We can go ahead, let's save this, go to the solution, let's go to the authentication service. Then in here we are checking if result is false, create user. If it's false, that is why I want to return this. Yes, it might be. Let's apply another migration. Now let's see. So if I refresh my table, now go to ASP.NET rows. Let's say in case we do have, so we don't have this. Comment this. Now let's see. Yeah, so we see we have user and admin over here. I think this is working. And from users to, we have no user currently. Again, we have no user. Let's run this and check it out. I think we need to go back and add that. So let's try to log in. No, create an account. Do we still have? No, we don't have. So we need to create our own. Okay, so we still have this. Now we're going to map it. So let's go and check. So we're going to start from our service. Where is our service? Because when you check our users, it seems we don't have any registered user. Okay, so let's have from this service, let's put a breakpoint and let's carry on and check it out. So click on execute. This is hit. Let's step out. Validation is true. Now map data and password also. So when we click on map model, we need to have email, full name, password, then username. Okay, now I'm going to create user. So let's click on user manager. So go to our repo. Then in here, put breakpoint, step out, hit. Now here we're going to get user. Now let's see. Now user is null, right? So you're checking if it's not, return false. Else, you want to create this user, and now pass in this password, and I return the success. So this user is here. Okay, you're saying the user is not equal to null, but this user too. Okay. So here we want to get the user. this is null, and if user is not equal to null, return false. Now this is null and it's returning. Let's see a way to fix that. I'm sure because of this, now this has a default value set already. So let's change this to var, right? Now let's go back. Let's grab this and let's rerun this again. Let's go and create account again. Now that is hits. Click on continue. This is hits. Now check it up. So you want to get the user. Let's see. Alright, now the user here is null and this is null. So we are looking up for this. Oh, it is going to false. It means we need to check this get user by email, this method. Oh, okay, I get it. I believe you saw that, right? This is user. Now what's here? So this simple underscore is giving another issue. Okay, so I think that is solved now. So we can rerun this again. So now this should work now. Let's see, you have a breakpoint hit. So execute this, next, map, create. Now watch it, this is null. So go to the next line. Next line. Now return create. Yes, and it's success. So check it up. Account created. Now let's go and verify. From our table, user. So we have it in here, right? Go to the user row, ASP.NET user row, view data. Check it up. So it has been assigned as what? The row ID here, it is 6. And now you have only one user, so that is 9 and assigned to ID of 6. Now let's check the row ID. The row ID is around ASP.NET row. Row ID of 6 is what? That is what you want to look up for. Let's go for the user, the admin. Row ID of 6, this one. So we have an admin. Let's create another user and see what that's going to be assigned to F, that is a user. So let's have another one. Maybe this is admin. Let me just ask user. User. Now let's hit on the enter key. And now let's execute this, and we should get user created. Now let's go and verify from the user row. Now we have looking for the other one of F. So user ID. We're looking for the next user ID of 9, that is 12, and then we have F. So row ID 6 is the admin, and now there's F, right? You can see that the first user is admin, second one, the subsequent ones are user. Okay, now let's go in there and log in and check it out. So we're going to log in by the 2 and see the rows and the claims for each. We go to our login, and in here let's first log in as an admin. So this is admin at admin.com. Then password is admin at 123. Now let's execute and let's see. So we have a token, we have our first token, right? Now let's grab this token. Let's verify whether we have all these claims. And if you want to verify your token, you can go to jwt.io to verify that. So jwt.io. Now let's paste in our token here, and now watch it up. Full name is there. We have our identifier, that is user ID. That is the email address. That is the row is admin. There is the expiry date, the issuer 702. Let's go and log in as user2 and I'll get the role. So user execute this. Let's grab same to this, grab it, come, paste it. Now the user is user, the same name, different email, and now there's a validation time or period. Let's test for refresh token also. As soon as we pass in this token, we must have a new token. So let's see. So this is for the admin. What's here? I'm logging in with an admin at admin. So there's an admin. And let's go to revive token, pass in this refresh token here. Now let's make sure we execute it. Now we need to return because we are having this invalid token. Why? Let's check it again. So this is a token, and let's paste it, execute. Then we still have this invalid token. So let's go and check it out. Let's go to solution and now to let's first check it here from a database and eCommerce app tables, and you want to locate refresh table. That's a refresh token table, and that is this. So we have here, this is the user ID, and that is the various tokens. Expand this. So user ID here, and that is a token. So we're having this user ID. Now let's check for admin user ID. And this one is for admin. So this admin, the user ID ends with C9. So C9, that is this one, C9. And we also have another C9 here, isn't it? 2A, C5A is the same thing. We're having two tokens here. So which one should we go for? It means there's an issue with our token, save token. Let's go and rectify that. So from the service, implementation, authentication service, where we log in. So when we log in from here, if it's successful, we want to map the data. We validate it, map data. We log in for returns access. Then we want to generate the user, get the user. Here, generate token, generate refresh token. Then save it. Pass user ID and a refresh token. And now value should be greater than 0. So return the last one with the token and a refresh token. Okay. So if I log in again, we're going to add, right? So here there must be a change here. Instead of saving it, we have to check if it is there. Then we update and now save. And also when a revive token also comes in, we need to also update it, because by the time revive token is called, it means the token is already existing in the table. User can log in today, and although the token hasn't expired, he can decide to log in again. He can log out and log in again. And in this case, it's going to store add. That's the reason why we have duplicate in there. So here, how can we do it? We can get the token. So we can have user token check. So equal to, then you have token management dot we can use validate token here, because this validate token takes in a refresh token, isn't it? So the refresh token that we have here is going to check from database and see if this token is found. Now this returns true or false, so we can make here as explicit bool. Then let's see the reason why. This should be await. Okay, now if this is true, it means the user already exists. Then we're going to update it. So if this user token check, if this user token check is true, it means I'm not going to add, they're rather going to update. So we can call this, maybe we can have this int down here and save token results initials equal to 0. And let's get rid of this. So if this is true, meaning we want to update it, so we say save token is equal to update. Then we need to pass in this user ID. We can get the user ID from here, user.id. Then this is the refresh token. So I want to update it. Else we go ahead and save it. You see? So we go ahead and I'll save this. So another response, we're going to check and I'll return this. So we're updating it if the user is already there, or adding if it's not there. So as soon as this returns false, it tells you that user is not found. But as soon as it returns true, it means user is found in the table. So it means you want to update it. Alright, so that is it. I think this will solve the issue. Let's go and clear this users array. When you go to refresh tokens, we need to also clear them. Okay, and I think when you go to user rows, they should be cleared automatically. Oh, great. Now let's go and run them again. We're going to add another new registration. So now that we've seen that as soon as we register and log in, we have a token which include all the claims, we're not going to go that part again. We're going to focus on the refresh token aspect. Okay, so let's grab this. Let's log in. Sorry, it's registration, not login. So you register. Let's also register for user. Okay, so let's go ahead and log in. So we have a token. So for quick check, we can check the claims again, so we can be sure of what you're doing. The row is admin. Great. Now let's grab the refresh token. This is our refresh token. Now when you go to the table for refresh token, we must have the user ID and the token. Yes, we have it. Ends with there's a 9C. We have only one. Now let's go and log in. Let's go and revive token. So pass in this token and I execute this. We also have an invalid token. Let's go and check. So authentication, we put a token, a key here, and execute. This is it. So that's the token coming in. Let's go and validate and see. So token manager.validate. So let's go for token management from the infrastructure. And I have a token management. And here we're going for looking for validate. This one. So let's click on next. And now this is called. So we have a token. This is a token. So this token, we are checking if we have the same token. Start with, I think, LX and ends with equal to. And with this, so I think we have the same token, isn't it? Let's go and see. So token management. And now let's see. Do we have it? Oh, okay, this is now. So this is not found. Maybe because of the, let's streamline this token. Let's see whether we can. There is a percentage. But I want to go to the token here. We have this forward slash, right? So it is converting these special characters into percentage. So how can we do this? So let's go to our token manager and try to encode what we have in here to convert all these special characters. So we go to our infrastructure, token management, and here let's search for generate refresh token, and that is it. So instead of this, let's say, let's make it string, and that is token. Now the next line, we want to say return web utility.url encode. We pass in this token. This is the solution. So let's rerun this again. And now when you go to a user, you have user already created. So we're going to log in. We have user already here. Now when you go to refresh token, we have nothing in refresh token. Alright, so let's go ahead and log in. So you're first going to log in as an admin at admin.com, then admin at 123. Let's log in. So breakpoint is hit. I think we need to continue. And we have our token. So this token, when we check from dwbto.io, it is the same admin. Let's verify that and see. You see, that's an admin. We have it a row. That's the most important thing. Now let's go and do refresh token. So let's grab this. Then let's go to revive. Then paste it in here. Execute. Breakpoint is set. Okay, so let's check it up. Validate, it is there. You get user ID, you get user claims, new token, we get new refresh token, and now it updates it and I return new token. Check it out. So now we have new token with a new refresh token. Now let's grab this. Go to IO, paste this, and you still have the admin, right? But the time has increased. Alright, so for now we have our authentication system put in place with our refresh token support as well. We have our product and a category created for each. Well, what else? Okay, so this time around we're going to handle the CAT service. So let's see how we can implement CAT and also payment system, maybe something like that. All right, so let's see. Now when you go to your solution, you can see we have all these projects, and we have the various projects being added: application, domain, infrastructure, and also the presentation. We are following clean architecture, and also we are being guided by the solid principles. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is, let's see how we can create. Now, handle cat service is quite tricky. Normally in an API, what I do the most is I would like to handle my cat by the UI, since I can implement local storage, session storage, and all other storages in the browser. I want to keep what the user is going to add to cart, and if the user wants to make payment, that is where I need to call an API. Else, I want the API to relax and I'll be free from loading. So normally cart service are going to be handled mostly by the UI. But when it comes to making payment, that is where we connect or we contact the server for the payment system, and also for final calculation of the product which has been selected or added to cart. So first of all, let's look at how we can create a payment method. Now in a payment method, currently I'm going to create only one, that is by using credit card, but you can actually add a lot. People normally use enums for this, but normally I do keep them in the database so that in the near future, if you want to update it, you can create a CRUD operation to handle that. If you want to change some of the payment system, you can do that easily. And maybe you can have a UI for that. Instead of having an enum and where it's going to be in the application, maybe you want to make it versatile so a user can update it, can create it, or can delete it anytime that they do want. So let's have a look how to do it. Actually, this is what I'm doing in mine, but while there are a lot of use cases and scenarios, so based on your need, you can do something we're going to see with that. Now let's have a look at this. So let's first go in there and create a class, and maybe I'm going to call this as payment method, and I'm going to do that in the domain. So in the entities, another folder, and this folder is going to handle all about cards, from checkout, from payment, everything. So let's add a class, and payment method. Now this payment method is going to handle two properties. It's going to have the name and maybe an ID. So with this payment system, I have the ID and the name. I think only two properties are okay. Maybe if you want to add date created or any extra information, you can go ahead and do it. So this key should come from data annotations. Let's go and create DB set for this. You go to the infrastructure, app DB context, and that is where we're going to do our DB sets. So payment method. Now we don't want to perform CRUD for this. We want to only create this or see this whenever we apply migration. So we can copy this and paste this here, and let's see if we can see the payment method. So for ID, it's going to be GUID, and I'm going to make it as this is credit card. That is so. So I have only one payment. In case you want to add more, you see why I added this credit card? Okay, this should be here. Okay, I have this copied already, so I can go ahead and unclear this. Okay, so I have one. As soon as I update database, this is going to see table. Okay, great. Now, since the user is going to get this in the UI, we want to get this and a display in our checkout page. When user wants to check out, we need to have a service which can call an interface calling a repository to retrieve this from the database. Okay, because we have it in database, so we need to have a way of getting it. So let's go and create our interface for this. We're going to have only one property or one interface in there. And this is going to happen in the same application infrastructure. No, that's application, and that we have an implementation or the interface in there. So this is our domain. This is what I'm talking about. This is our domain, and you can see we have our interfaces. And here, let me add a folder for organization, and this is going to be let's say, let me add everything to cart, then add an interface, which is an iPayment method, and now with this is going to be public, and I'm going to provide only one, that's an enumerable, which is payment method. So get payment method, I would like to go for this. Now we need to implement this interface, so we need to go to the infrastructure and implement this. So in the infrastructure, this is our host. Infrastructure, we go to our repos, and in here I'm going to also create one, which is going to be cart. Organization is a key. I want to add a class, which is going to be payment method repository. Now this should inherit from the interface that we created, iPayment method, whereby we implement this interface. And you know, since we're going to connect with a DB, we need to implement a DB set. That is our AppDB context, so we can have access to the table. Then quickly, just one line can make this work. That is all. So we want to get a list from the database, and I'll return that peacefully. So return as no tracking.toList. Okay, so cannot convert this. This is payment method, and that means we need to change it from the interface as well. Yes, we got it. So as we are done here, we go to, let's register this before we forget. So in our dependency service container, we can put it down here, a copy of this. Then we can say iPayment method with payment repository. We are done. Let's go and create service. So in the application layer, the implementation and interface, let's also add folder for carts, and let's add the new item as an interface. It should be iPayment method service. Now this is going to return task of, here we need to have get payment method. That is where we need our DTO. So quickly we go to our DTOs, and here we also going to add cart, add a class. We can go to the model and grab this, and here let's change this to public. Let's remove this, move that. Then we can add required. So we go back to the service and we can include the using statement here. Okay, let's implement this. Let me grab this. Then in our implementation, let's also add a class which is going to inherit from iPayment service. Let's implement this. So in here we need to inject our interface. So iPayment method, payment method. Aside from that, let's inject our iMapper, then mapper. So once we add this, let's go and map it. So let's first get the payment method. Then we're gonna say that if method.any, then you want to return empty array, else we're going to map it. Let's return mapper.map enumerable of get payment method. Then we pass in our methods. So we are mapping to this model. Now this should be enumerable so we need to go to our service, enumerable. Okay, so we have this. The next thing that we need to do here is we need to map this. So let's go to our mapping folder and map. So the T source there is coming from payment method, then mapping to get payment method. Now let's create a controller to expose the service. So we go to the host in our controllers folder, we add empty one, then we say payment controller. We can have an HTTP GET. So payment methods. Now we need to inject our service. And in that we can grab this. Yeah, so we have a simple controller to return or expose this to the outside world. So we're going to get it in case we do not have any method in it, any record. We want to return not found, but in case we do, then you know what's going to happen. Return OK with it. So let's go and create our payment service. Now this payment service is going to handle the Stripe payment service. So let's go and do that in the application. So as you can see from our DTOs applications, we have our services, and then there we have the interface, we have our cart. So let's add an interface to the cart, and we call this as iPayment service. Now this iPayment service is going to handle with let's say the total amount. We don't want to calculate this again, so we can say we're going to create a method to calculate the total amount of the item being sent from the client. But before that, we need to create our cart. So let's go to the DTOs and our cart. Let's add another class, and maybe I can say this is process cart, because normally this is going to handle the cart coming in. Bear in mind that we're going to handle the cart system in the client, and it is only when user want to check out, that is where we call an API. So if user want to check out, we want to provide only the product ID and the quantity. That is all the server needs. It's going to go in there and now calculate it. So even if the client tampers the data, well, it is so safe because we return only the product ID and the quantity. That is all. So within this, we need to have two properties to handle. That is the product ID and the quantity. This is going to be for our cart, and this should be required, right? So we need to we can make this required, but that is okay. Since you're going to be using that in the UI, we need to be careful as well. Now, so let's go back to the interface. And now with this interface, we're going to have just task, which will return service response. Now this response, we're going to say pay. So we need to have a total amount. You can get this from the product list that is going to come in, but well, in case you have it, you can, for fast processing, we can have it processed separately and I'll return total amount. Then there's going to be our enumerable. Let's say this is our product, and now in our product we say this is cart's product, and also our enumerable we have process cart. Then we say this is cart. Now the reason why we haven't three properties or payload here is this is going to be the total amount of the selected product. Now this is going to handle the product details of the selected product, and this is going to handle the product itself. So this is going to be, you can see from cart we have the product ID. So if the user selected 3 products, we're going to have this product ID here, and this is going to contain those product details, and this is going to contain the amount. Okay. Now let's go and implement this. So this should be an interface to payment service. Now the implementation of this should go to the infrastructure. So we go to the infrastructure, and in our services folder we want to also add one class which is going to be Stripe payment service. We need to first install stripe.net package. So I'm going to load mine since I do have the package already. So I'll go to product properties, so project. So from here, just install this package. If you don't know how to do it, with dependencies, and then go to manage get packages, and I'm typing in there. But for me, I'm going to unload a project. and here I'm going to add it. So that is a package that I need to install, stripe.net. So save that. When you are done, for me, I'm going to restore, and I'm back to life. Okay, great. So in the Stripe payment service, I can go in and now inherit from the interface. So with this, let's say I have, there's a method. Now let's clear this. So we have the package installed. We need to create our line items first. So we have our line items over here. This is coming from Stripe.checkout. Then we're going to loop through the list that is coming in. So you see we are having product here. This is our product. So we can loop through this. This process card contains only the product ID and the quantity. So when you loop through the product, we can select the quantity that the user has selected or has submitted. We can get it from here by looping through and getting the product ID. You see? So all this is going to handle in the memory. So we see we are looping through the cart product. This is a product. When we loop through, we want to get the product quantity. So we make sure we search it from the cart. And now when we get the product, we want to go in there and add a line item. Since it's going to be a list, we add a session line items, and now we specify our price data. So in our price data, we have our currency as US dollars. We have our product data, and that's going to be the product name and description. We can add image and a lot. And the unit price here is in a long format. So the item price, that is the product, it has a price times 100 gives you the unit amount. And now there's going to be the quantity as we make a search from here and grab the quantity. So the next thing that we're going to do here is we need to create an option for this after this is done, and this should come outside the looping. So we're going to say this is options equal to new session create option, and now with this session create option, we need to specify our payment method type. Where is it? So payment method type, it should be a list, and now with this list we can specify USD. You can also add more. We have our line items, and that's equal to the line item that we have specified already. And we have the mode here, and we're going to say this mode is for payment. And the last two, if it is success, so successful URL. So maybe we can return, we should go to the API or the UI. So we're going to create a UI, but for now let's see HTTPS. We have a local host, then maybe with our port 7025, let's say this is our port. Then we're going to have our payment success. Then we can have, let's make a duplicate of this, and this is going to be cancelled URL. We're going to say payment cancel. Okay, so now we are good. Now as we are done, let's create our service. And here we need to return the link, which will be viewed in the Blazor form. So let's say return new service response. Okay. Now in payment method, since we are calling an external service, we need to handle this with try catch. It's good that to use a local error handling. So let's handle everything here with catch. Now this exception is not coming from us, so we can display this to the user because it's user friendly. So we can say that return service response. This is going to be false, and we're going to have ex.message. Yeah, so we have our service also handled. In case we have a feature error to pop up, we can handle that easily. Great. So now that we have this, we need to go in and register this. So we can copy this, go to our service container. Now let's put it there. So there's iPayment service. Great. Now, so our service that we have created now, that's our payment. When everything works, the payment, the endpoint will be called and our return, which will be viewed in the UI for confirmation and processing of the payment through the Stripe. Now, when it is done, it's going to return to our link, success link that we specified. In this case, we're going to direct it to the UI. So the UI, we can go and check in case it works, everything is set well. Then what can we do? You want to maybe collect the data or the product details and get it into the database so we can keep it. And this time around, we need to create a service to also handle that. So let's go to our iCat interface, and from here, let's go to, this is going to be the interface, but before that, we need to create a model. Now this model, I'm going to make it as an archive because it's going to keep maybe products which has been ordered and paid for. So let's in my entities, domain entities, cat. Here, let me add another model here, and this will be an archive. Now in this model, I want to have maybe 5 properties. Let me use this as public. And I want to have maybe an ID. There's a class, nothing. Okay, so I have an ID, product ID, quantity, user ID, and then the creator date. So I'm going to keep it. So this is going to handle the product ID, the quantity, the user ordered, and now that specific user ID. So I want to keep that. So once I have this model, I can now go and create an interface for cat. So in the same interface under cat, let's create another interface, which is going to be iCat, and I can say maybe save checkout history. This could be blank, and which returns an integer. There is an interface, take notes, and I'm going to pass in a list of checkout. Now this checkout each contains a user ID, the product ID. Let's go implement this in the infrastructure. So that is cat repository. So let's make this as public. And this should help from iCat. Let's implement the interface. And we need to just add range. And I'll return the response. So here should AppDB context. Then we have our context. And we need to go in there and add DB set of this so we can have our checkout archives. So we can do that from our DB set. So go to the solution, and from your data AppDB context, you can make a copy of this. And now say this is archive. That is all. When we return to our cat repo, everything should be okay. This should be an async, and we are good. So we are adding it. Now once you have this, it means you need to create a service whereby we can consume this and create our controller. So let's go and create our service. Now in the services, interfaces cat. Let's have an interface. So iCat service. Now this iCat service, let's go to the cat repo and I'll add it here. This should be public. And now with this, since we're having this, we don't need to use this here. We need to create DTO for that. So with this, we can go to definition, and now we don't need an ID, we need only this one, so we can copy. Then in the cat, in a DTO cat, we can have create archive. Let's have a class. And let's paste in our properties that we copied. So maybe we can also go and create a model for this, but well, I'll also like to use the default one. Since we are going to supply this ourselves, so we don't need any outside user to do it. So there's no need for us to add implementation. Maybe a validation, special validation. We can handle this ourselves. Okay, so now once you have this create archive, let's go to our interface and let's add this create archive. So we can remove this one. Aside from save this, we need to have another one, which is going to be balance. Here should be service response, and this also should be same. And we say this is checkout. Now this checkout, we need to also create a checkout model. Now with this checkout, what do we need? Let's go and create it. So let's add a class. Rename it as checkout. Now with this checkout, we need a payment. We need payment method ID because we have it already. So is that we need to get this from database, and also we need a process check cat, which returns or it contains the product ID and the quantity user is going to provide. So let's streamline this and let's go back to our service. So we say this is checkout, and we will also need user ID. So user ID will enable us to keep it. So let's say when you have this checkout, let's pick definition. It's containing product payment method, and now this. Now process count contains product ID and our quantity. And now we want to add user ID so we can know that this checkout belonging to the specific user. Okay. So let's go and implement the cart service. We go to the implementation, in application, and in here we already have the carts folder. So let's add a cart service. This should be a public, and it should inherit from iCart service, whereby we need to implement the interfaces. Now let's consume the cart service here. So iCart. So this is the interface. And maybe we need an mapper 2. Okay. So now save this. This coming with create. So let's map it. And we're going to say mapper.map. And here's going to be the destination, which is going to come with archive. And the source here is going to be checkout. But well, we cannot have checkout because here checkout contains. Okay, so create archive, it shouldn't be checkout. Silent, we should go and change this, save this with that. When you go to the cart service, yeah, this should be enumerable. And now this should be in here. So after mapping this, we want to say this is the results, and this is equal to await. We have our cart interface dot. We have our save, which returns a list of this, so we can pass in our map data. Then we can check, can use lambda. No, that's a ternary. So results greater than 0. If yes, then return new service response of true. Maybe we can give so checkout archived. Well, this message we are not going to, this is going to be for developer message, because we don't want to, this should be happen background, right? Maybe we can, all that we need here, it is the true. Well, we can also add something. When we get there, we see how we can handle that. In case it isn't, then return false. Okay, so you want to return error occurred in saving. Alright, now let's go and handle the checkout. We need to map it before we forget it. So let's go to our profile. Now we're mapping from our T source of create archive, and now it's going to destination of archive. Let's go back to our cart service. So we are done with this. Let's go and handle the checkout. So let's create a method, a parity method, which can return us the product and also the total amount of this product. So we're going to select the product, and after that we're going to sum up the price of this product and our return based on the quantity that the user provided. Let's have a private a class to handle that. So this is going to be private. Let's have a async task, and this task should return first two states are enumerable of product. This is product, and aside from that, it should also return decimal. Okay, so that is a state that you want to return this. Now aside from that, you want to say let's get total amount, and now this total amount, it takes in the process cat. So that is an enumerable of process cat. And now we say this is scat. So first of all, we want to check in case the cat does not contain any. We want to return empty and also 0 for the decimal. So instead of having this enumerable, we can make it in the form of simple like this. We can remove all this. So we can return this. That is when this cat is empty. But in case it isn't, what else can we do? We want to get the whole list of product. Now we can get this from the product interface. So we need to also add maybe generic and pass in the product. And we say this is product interface. We want to get the product interface at once from here. So the next step, we want to also handle that. Let's make sure we return array like that. So you see we are getting products, and we call all this for our interface, and we get our product. In case we have none, we want to return now. But in case we do not, then we want to select the specific product that we have in a cart. We want to get a details from this product list. So we can use select and where. At the end, we make it to two lists. So this should be the cart. So you can see we are getting select cart. We're going to select the product from first, which is equal to this, the product ID coming from this cart. So in case product is not null, then we want to return it to a list. Now once you have this, we want to get the total amount of the selected cart product. So as you can see from here, we have in this process cart. Now based on the IDs, you want to get them, and now you want to multiply the quantity by this cart price. So the next line would also make us achieve it. So we get it, we get the whole product from here. We make sure we select what is needful from our cart. Then aside from that, we want to sum up the quantity and this cart product. So you see we are having this here. This cart quantity is coming from this cart quantity, and also you want to get it from the cart product. Now this cart product here is what we have the list, whereby the ID is equal to this. We want to take its price. So it's definitely going to multiply the price by the quantity the user has selected, and then get a total amount. And that is exactly what we're doing. So after we're done with that, it's going to sum everything from the total amount here. Then we want to return the cart product, and also there's a cart product, and also the total amount. So let's make sure this is nullable. Okay, so now we have a method. This is going to be a private method that we're doing to get the total and calculate it for us. Now we're going to use this in our cart checkout service. So in the cart, first of all, let's go and get the total amount and our product details. So we're going to say let's implement tuple. So we're going to say this is product, first one. We're going to say this is total amount. Now once you have this, it's going to be equal to, let's have an await, then get cart, await. Then we can go and grab the name. So get car total amount. Let's grab the name here. And we need to provide the list. We can get it from this checkout.cat. This should be an async. Okay. So now that we have this, we can go ahead and now get payment method. So we can say payment method. Then now with this, we need to also implement this payment service. So we can, so the next line, so payment method service. Then say payment method. So let's grab that and then say payment method dot get. Payment method service dot get payment method. And since we're having only one method now, I can say that if checkout dot payment ID is equal to the method that we have payment, this payment method dot first or default, meaning picking the first one dot ID, that is where we want to. Else we want to return new service response. That will be false, and we can say something like invalid payment method. Okay, so here should be comma, right? All right. So us then, in case it's equal to this, then we can proceed. So this is going to return string. So this is the link, and we can say it's equal to await. Now with this await, we're going to have a look at it as payment service. We don't have payment service, so let's payment service. Then we have payment service. Then we can say this payment service dot pay. Now with pay, it takes in total amount. We have it already. So total amount. It takes in the cart product. So we can get it from this product. Then it takes in the cart list. So we can have checkout dot cart. Checkout.cart. So this is going to return, let's see. Okay, this is going to return service response. So we can say return this. Okay, so you can say return this, or maybe we can even go in there and check in case it does contain the link, then we can proceed. Else we can do something else. But well, this is also going to work. So maybe we can remove this from here. And I'll make it else. Now we need to also save this. We need to call this. But I'm sure we need to call this from the UI after the link has been sent in the view and our user has made a payment and we've returned to the page. We can then come in and call this and provide the archive here, the list, so we can get it. When we get there, we do it. Okay, So if you don't, for now we are not going to implement this, as you can see from here, but we're going to do it soon. Now let's go to our controller. So we go to our controller from here, which is going to be the product controller. So this is the app controller in the host. Let's create our cart. So let's say this is cart controller. So for now, when you check our cart service, we are not using the user ID. Let's streamline this. Later on, when there's a need, we come back and use it. Okay. So from our cart service to, let's remove it from here. Now in our cart controller, we need to implement iCart service. And in here, we need to have our checkout. So here, let's have our post. Now this takes in checkout, which will come from the UI. And here, since we are using the default, we can check if model state is not valid. Then we want to maybe return that bad request. Then let's specify the model state. Else, what can we do? We want to call the service. So results equal to await. Then we have our cart service, and in that we have cart service. You see, we have two endpoints here: save checkout history, right? And now this. Let's first go for the checkout and pass in this checkout. Now this checkout is going to return service response. So return if results dot success, then return OK with the results. Else, then it could be bad request with the same results. Now let's also handle the post for the other one, which will be called by the UI as soon as process is done. So let's handle HTTP posts, and this is going to be save checkout, and this should be a public async task. I action results and save checkouts. Now this should return create archive, and in that we can have results as cart service dot save cart history, which takes in enumerable of this archive. So I think this should be enumerable. This should be a list. And let's grab and return. But I mean, this returns success, but we can go ahead and check it as well. So I wait. Then I think created or bad request, we can also return status code. Okay, so we have two endpoints in here. Now, in order for this to work, you cannot run this, make it work, because you need an API, a secret key from Stripe. So you need to go to Stripe account and then create account in there and then get a secret key. And in that, I have mine. So I'm going to show you how you can do it. But before that, let's go to our configuration. That is app settings. And let's have a session. This session, let's call it as Stripe. And let's specify our secret key. So this is our secret key. You can get this key from the Stripe account. So let's see how we can get it. And once you have this, let's go to, so let's see how to register. Go to solution and in here from your infrastructure, service container, let's put it here. So we can say that here it is Stripe. We can get Stripe from here because we have the package installed. Then we can have Stripe configuration. Do you see that? API key. If you have an API key, API version, API key, API info, app info, you want to tackle this. It's equal to config. And we say that here we have our Stripe secret key. This is what you need. Very simple one. Okay, so let's see how we can get a key. So that is quite simple. You go to marketplace.stripe.com and make sure you sign in. Click on dashboard, and that is where you are. So this is a dashboard. You see we have a test mode activated. It's a testing purpose for developers. And here it is where we focus on get started with Stripe. So you can see for developers, can you do this? This is a publisher key. This one, I think, is there for identification. But we need a secret key. So just go in there and now grab this key. Okay, dashboard.stripe.com test dashboard. Grab that. So I have mine here. I'm going to grab it and paste it in here so you can we can run this and check it out. Okay. But before, we need to add migration. So let's go and rebuild this project. Then we're going to add migration. All right, so we go to package manager console and so add migration. Is it 10th or 4th or 5th? All right, so let's say update table. Whoa, this should I think this is wrong. We should make sure infrastructure selected. Do it again. Okay, so this is done. Now let's update database. Alright, so there's already an object known as that. So it means we need to go in and normally for this we need to delete our database. Let me go and delete it for fresh start. That is this databases, and that is the e-commerce app. So let me get rid of this. Let me also get rid of my migration. And let me do it again. So add migration. I could say this is first. Then let me update it. Once this is done, we can go ahead and run this and check it out. So maybe this is what we need to do. We want to test. All right, so in our payment system, we're going to test it when we get to the UI. All right, so don't worry, this is going to work, trust me, because this is going to give us a link, and then this link can be tested in a UI because it's a page that we need to open. So let's see how to do that. Our next video is going to talk about how to create a simple UI to handle this. You could build a client from React, any other front end framework, but we're going to be using Blazor to build a simple UI to handle this e-commerce API. Alright, so stay tuned for the next one, and I believe it's going to be as enjoyable as this. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done that, because I have a lot of informative content for you. You can change the playlists and also the channel playlists and also courses. I have a lot of these prepared for you. That's great. Alright, so catch up again. Take care.